All right, let's do this. Okay. Give me a second. Clicking things. Hello. Hi, Daft. Quick on the up drawer. Up drawer. Up. Yeah, that sounds right. All right, guys, we're just gonna go straight into this. I want to get through this as quickly as possible. I have water beside me. Maybe I should get honey later. I keep forgetting that I really should, like, I don't know, have some just like honey and water, like halfway through stream to help my voice. But we are in part 2 of the trial in chapter 4. Yes. So there was investigation part 1, and then there's trial part 1 and 2. So we're at the start of 2. And then there's part 2 investigation. So that's what we're trying to figure out for the time being. So yeah, I want answers. Okay, I want answers more than anything right now. So we're gonna be trying to bleed through this a bit quickly, potentially. And I apologize, I'm trying to pick up anything that's important, but there's also some things where it's like these cutscenes where it's like, where are you? Hello? What did you say? And then that's something else, and it's like, does that need to be said? Like these moments, like the in-between trial moments, feel like a, hey, let's stop and process everything that's happened, which is great. But in my brain, it's also like, this is not pertinent to the current storyline, keep going. But I'll still try and read out most of it, potentially. Anyway, as was I, possibly more shocked than both of you. It's not a competition. I was more shocked than all of you put together. This is the autopsy report in question, is it? Yeah, it's strange there's no time of death. Suppose there's a simple explanation, or perhaps it was a deliberate omission. Oh dear, if it was a deliberate, it puts me in mind of the last case we worked on with Dr. Scythe. I know. Anyway, it seems that on the day before Lord Van Zeeks discovered his body, Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League. So perhaps something happened with them. You had trouble with those League men too, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? You were taken in by their trick? No. Naturally, I wasn't taken in, as you put it. My sleuth-hound interest was merely piqued slightly by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. And that scent masked the underlying scent of deception, I suppose. The 2 criminals in question are the pair we saw get arrested yesterday. That's right, Suze, and it was me who took him in. Thanks to the tip-off by a good law-abiding citizen. Indeed, yours truly. It's going to be that pair in the witness stand next, is it? Something doesn't quite make sense. The day before Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, had you? Why would the inspector have been investigating them? The likely explanation would be that Gregson's own sleuth-hound interest was piqued by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. Don't time with the same brush as you, Sholmes. Tar? Oh, like actual like tar them. Yeah, okay. Well, yeah. Then there's the whole business of Inspector Gregson being investigated with Lord Van Zeeks. The Reaper, the Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregson, Lord Van Zeeks. And Cosimo. I feel as though he knew we'd arrive at this point. Oh, I think you're right. What's he trying to achieve here today? Ah, the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow. Recess will be over shortly. Sorry, probably should have read that out. Cosimo was determined that he should be the one to prosecute this trial, and he was determined that I should take the defense. Just what is it he's hoping to make me see, I wonder? I get the trial we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. I just want to say, for part like 1 of this trial, there was like maybe like 5 parts. You know, like introduction, Lord Van Zeek's testimony, this other person's testimony. Anyway, for this next one in the walkthrough, there's like 8 sections. Anyway. Hi, Con. How you doing? Gonna be around tomorrow? My lord. Have you witnessed the witnesses as requested? Yes, the 2 members of the Red-Headed League who planned to carry out the deception. They were carried here by the police. Princess carried. I still need to watch The Princess Bride. how cool they are. Honestly, they're so goofy, I love them. These two men are currently being held by the police on suspicion of attempted extortion. You may omit your... I am Fabien de Rousseau, a descendant of the great de Rousseau family from Nice, in France. My name is Peppino de Rossi. Okay, sure. I'm the third son of the great Familia de Rossi, the landovers from Napoli. Okay, alright, sure. I'll be honest, when I saw them earlier, and they were going like a da-da, like they were saying that like a part. And I was sitting there like, is that actually how it's said? Because this guy was obviously France-based. And I was like, is this person supposed to be, like, what nationality is they? Like, why would they pair them with France? And now it's... They're definitely trying to lean in, like, the more Italian direction. No, I'm gonna be human-shaped tomorrow. Excellent. That's great. That's good to hear. So to graduated from the the future leaders of Europe. But do you have any idea what it is to be born with noble blood? Alas! I make it my mission to get the better of the world by employing the little grey cells of my brain. That is all I'm trying to do, huh? So that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying out. Oui, you could say that. Not the bad, eh? You had the grand ideas, but the petty plans. The strange combination is of the charm of the hilarious brothers. Si capo? Listen to me, Peppino. I have two things to say to you. Chair, you're about to tell me one of your grand anecdotes, eh, Viva? Firstly, I want you to stop calling me the capo. And secondly, we are not the hilarious brothers. This is serious business. Chibello, there it is, the capo's trump card, the furrowed brow. It is a deeper capo, the furrow, the furrow, and the meaning of your words. Okay. They're under the banner of the dudes. You have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is this true? Oui, circa. What exactly was the nature of the deception that you planned to defraud? Alas, I will explain it. No, capo. Leave it to me. Dude's gotta breathe or else he'll suffocate. Breathing is pretty important, I will say. Do you see we have both the vivid red hair, no? At school we were teased for this without pity. The capo here, he was many times behind the schoolhouse crying like the Trevi fountain. We, those dogs, one day, the world will respect us redheads. Every night, he would bury his head in his pillow, crying, "Yes, bien, Peppino. Enough, I will explain the rest." God bless his soul. The first step was the newspaper advertisement. About 1 week before the plan was put into operation, we listed the same notice in every paper in London. Yeah, we saw it. Oui, circa. I am honored that you have seen it. States that the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair, and that if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted into the league, you could receive a weekly income. On the date specified, red-headed hopefuls gathered in droves at a park specified in the advertisement, and from each person present, this pair took an application fee of 5 shillings. And with the money to France, it was a plan most elegant, no? No, it was most dishonorable. I think they're onto something. But to be frank, I'm stunned anyone was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick. The park was described by one witness as choked with red-headed folks with a Costa Orange barrow. And on the day on which all these men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these two men spoke face-to-face with every single person present that day. Oui, I've seen more red-headed people in one day than I will see in the rest of my life. See, and now every time I see the couple's hair, I feel sick to my stomach. Anyway, why have we been summoned here today? The date for our trial was not until tomorrow, I was told. Oh. Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. They've only been shown this photograph. Very good. Oh, Mr. Rousseau, Mr. De Rossi, you will now give your formal testimony on the subject of the gentleman in this photograph. I do not remember him. Full stop, the end. We had more than 1,000 right-handed people assembling the park on Lime Street that day. But I don't recall the man in this photo. Aye, couple? No, I don't remember him. Obviously, he's dead now, and I assure you he was not in the park. Earlier, this victim is nothing to do with us. You have a lot to answer for, Pipino. It is your fault that we got caught in the first place. Okay. You've given sworn testimony that this man in the photograph was not present. Can you be certain? I'm quite certain. We did not interview this man. Nobody looking like this came to the park this second, I promise. Must be noted that you have been arrested for a grand deception, however. This court has little confidence in your assurances. Uffa. What is this? What is this attitude? We get nowhere now. This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland. Yeah. It reads Lime Street, Red-Headed League, undercover. Ah, I have the answer. Maybe there was another similar event in the park on the day in question, aye? That is ridiculous. Yes, my lord? I want to press this statement the most. What did you mean by that? Carlo, you promised not to say, I'm couple. Just drinking water, guys. And reading. A lot of reading. Both claim they didn't see them. I have to say, they don't appear to be telling lies. Experts in deception, don't forget. Sounding plausible is their specialty. Why would you lie about something like that, though? I feel like even if I, like, did a crime, I'd be incredibly honest about it. Like, yeah. XYZ. Oh, some people. It was quite a spectacle. Redheads from all over the capital. See, the capo here is the magnetism animal, yeah? Nobody else could attract so many people. If I could be born again, I would be the capo. Oh, also people want the money, Pepe, no, the 4 pounds per week. And then we take the money and 2 minutes a person. They only saw a person for 2 minutes. You want 5,000 shillings in one day? That's a small fortune. Nice! You'd thought there was 1,000 such gillable redheads in London to start with. Well, there wasn't. Because it sounds like a lot of people wore different headsets. Like faked to their hair.
Hold it!
Normally, the red hair is very distinctive, eh? I think these are a tad blurry, but we're going with it. But not when you have 1,000 redheads, then this is just an eyesore. But if there was some other information you could give us, maybe we would recall. Oh, you want me to present more information? In order to remember him, we are in fact of that sure. If there was a man with a red hairpiece and his mustache did not match the color, then I would not think I could have forgotten him. See, I agree with that. His name, his profession, his fish and chips. What do you mean his fish and chips? I want to know. Yeah, you know what? I reckon his fish and chips would be perfect. It's too funny, I have to click it, right? I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember in his thing. But what if I told you that the man was always munching a packet of fish and chips? Do you remember a man who was eating incessantly? Not really. I was looking at the heads of the applicants. Wouldn't have noticed fish and chips any more than the caviar and smoked salmon. Or spaghetti. Me, I love the spaghetti. How do you have spaghetti right now? Like, on court. Hi, Aylin. Wanna curl straight up in a bed. Have good curls. Get them curls. You can fall asleep. I give you permission. Tell them again what you said, Babino. Si, capo. Si. I say it again. Alas, this victim is nothing to do with us. I think I gave him maybe the wrong details. Wait a second. Choose his profession. Fuck. I thought the fish and chips would make sense. Okay. Gotta pack my bag for a trip to see Sis over the weekend. Very nice. That'll be a bit of fun. Beep. Beep beep. Beep 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 beep. Could certainly appreciate just knowing them. What if I told you that that was actually a detective? The man in the photograph, a detective. Yeah. It would appear he found your notice in the paper suspicious and decided to investigate incognito. Sorry, but this changes nothing. Or it does. D.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Wanna add something, De Rossi? Okay. See, I'm always adding something. Parmesan, olive oil, pepper. Did you not agree with your friend's statement? What did he say about the detective? Keep your mouth shut, Pepeno. You have just had enough already. Ah, but why, Capo? That is the problem. There was a man who said, I am an inspector from Scotland Yard. Good lord. This guy has pretty good memory. Hi, Lily. Love you, girlie. They still look blurred. What? I just cleaned them. What is happening? Okay, I'm just gonna keep wiping them down. Maybe I should. It is simple. A man with at the park who said to us that he was an inspector. There was no such man. Madame, what do you think, Capo? Have you forgotten? I have forgotten nothing. I came like the. Nobody like this came to the park. Pasta, Capo, pasta. You beat me at many things, but not two, the memory and the meals. Like I said, when it comes to eat a pasta, no one is a pasta. That sounds like something I've definitely said when I was a kid. I eat the pasta faster. But you weren't free to me in every other way, so shut up. Hello, I am here briefly before ELOP occurs. Wait, ELOP? Is it electronic? But yeah, that's pretty exciting, Estania. Got the dress up organized. Glasses. After the damage is done. Oui, there was a man who came to the park and he said that there was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photo, he was someone else. How can you be sure? Because, to start with, his face was completely different. See, it's true. The man who came was a younger. His face was clean-shaven, with his eyes was a sadder, his chin was a thinner. Not Sholmes's, right? Anyway, I was not going to be fooled. I looked at the obvious precaution and said to him, if you're really a detective, show us the proof. See, the couple here, he doesn't take no nonsense, eh? But he was well prepared. He said he had identification. What? That is most unconvincing. I don't know why my auto-corrected recommended 2 glasses of wine before actual glasses. I mean, it kind of makes sense. Hi, Babylon. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you're looking after yourself. Okay. Surely my glasses are clean now. They look a bit better. Ah, much better. And much better, my friends. Sorry, my lord? Also, no incognito officer would offer his identification for inspection. It's quite out of question. Definitely. Why would he expose his true identity? The papers were fake. Sotto capo, you are genius. As you say in Italia, it makes a thief to recognize one, eh? What happened after he announced he was a detective? He became very annoying. He said, you are under investigation. So I took his papers from him and chased him out of the park. It was fantastical, and look, here is the identification. Yes! He had it coming, he made us all very scared. But he was not who he said he was. Let me look. Return the witness's testimony. Let's see what's inside. The name is given. Probably just something plucked out of the air. It's Tobias Gregson. Wait, what? Scotland Yard insignia. It looks genuine to me. But how? And the department and identification number details are all correct as well. Since when have you known this? Do you mean to say? I know it seems incredible, but yes, this is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. But that's unbelievable. Oh, shit. Yeah, the special details. Alright. Might nap a little. Gotta get up too early. Dun, dun, dun. Go get that sleep, girly. You can nap while stream's happening, and then wake up to my voice in like 3 hours time. Pardon. Illy Balvon. Sprinkle positivity. Chat is cute. Okay, good. I'm glad you agree. Alright. So where do I present this? Okay, let me save. What was number 1? Okay, I think 2 or 3 makes sense to present this to. Let's try this one.
Objection.
Okay, cool. Chat is the cutest. Evil Babylon be like, chat is second cutest. If Aylin comes in, can someone say hi for me and tell her I hope she's doing better and she feels better. She did show her face briefly in chat. She wants to curl up in bed. But I will do Balborn. I will do that. Ellen! I'm sorry. Which reminds me, I need to turn my sound down. I've been like speaking like way too loud. See, this is the problem, right? I don't want to have like my volume down too low, right? But I also, when I'm quieter, right? Like when I'm in the evening and I'm quieter, or I'm doing a very certain voice, my voice is actually naturally quieter. But I think I've had the volume too loud recently. So all of like my recordings and stuff like that are like hitting the red, and it shouldn't be. Anyway, what was the last thing said? I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book very closely. Miss Lestrade? Why Miss Lestrade? If it's really fake, or is it genuine? That's the question, which we can't answer ourselves. Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective would allow his or her identification to be stolen. There she is. That is the boss's, no question about it. Ah, can't be. As I suspected. The undercover detective who attended the Redheaded League enrollment in the day in question was the real Inspector Gregson, carrying out an incognito investigation. That was not what I asserted, but sure. Zuelers! Damn, he's tall. No escape. Can you imagine? But if the boss had his identification stolen, he would have reported it straight away. I mean, he was always on at me about it. If you lose some, report it at once, he'd say. Then could it be that the inspector was physically unable to report it? Physically, what are you saying? Unable to. You're not suggesting. Yes, it's quite possible that he was killed before he had the chance to report his identification stolen. No. The defense posits that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered at a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that? Oh, yeah. I know nothing. I've done nothing. Put yourself together, Pepino. Mon Dieu, we can behave a little more like a master criminals than that, no? Now I wanted to return. Wish I had a return to Italia. Stop crying, Peppino, please. Otherwise, they're so funny. I love them. Lemmy, stop your whining and start talking. Yeah, Gina, get him. Moving cowards will need to hear your story. I know nothing. I've done nothing. But you will tell us everything, or face the worst possible outcome. Death. They're so funny. About these identification papers and the precise circumstances in which you found them. Hey, for crying out loud. Literally. They're just both sobbing. The truth is we took him prisoner and held him for the night at our secret hideout. What? That's not what I was expecting. Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go out there just in case. We took the man's identification from him and shut him out in the room next to ours. There might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm, and the next morning we let him go. He spent the night in a nicer room. It was nothing like the prison, really. That's so stupid. This is outrageous. You imprisoned the man. No, see, but no, is it not like a prison? It was very comfortable and calm and happy. I capo. It was never a part of my plan, I swear it. Oof, so you think it was a my fault, eh? Just because I got the date of the ferry wrong. But one little day. I do not think it was your fault, Peppino. I do not think it was your fault, Peppino. I know it. No, per favor, capo, it is not fair. Don't believe this. He was a detective. This is insane. Gregson spent the night confined in the pair's hideout. Where's your hideout? So funny. Alright, where? that's what you're saying. You don't believe me. I never intended for that to happen. Sure, the detective did not intend to die though. You think? An old empty house. Wait, what? Sorry, go back. An old empty house behind the park on Lime Street. We rented the place for 2 days. It was an inspired idea by the couple here. An impulsive idea? No, not impulsive. Inspired, eh, couple? What am I supposed to say to that? Oh, people know. It was in the house described that you can find Inspector Gregson. We do have to remember he was under the impression that he was a pretender, not an inspector. Doesn't quite add up though. If you didn't think the man was a real inspector, there would have been no reason to take him prisoner, would there? No, you are right, but we couldn't completely be certain. Didn't they say they didn't recognize the photo of Gregson? Correct. Hey, wow, I won. You did it! You're the coolest. You won the prize. There is no prize, but like, the prize of existing? I don't know. So many ouchies. Bavon said hello, Aelin. And that, wait, what did he say? I don't know how you guys just happen to miss each other perfectly. What did he say? How dare you, Han? How dare you, Lily? God. Fucking bitch. I swear to God. Don't interrupt me. Otherwise I'll fucking kiss you. I swear to fucking God. What did he say word for word though? Fair point, my bad. Oh my God, kiss? He said, tell her I hope she's doing well and she feels better. Okay, Rashkavar's on it. Rashkavar, God fucking do it. We're all trying to rush in. I can't wait for one day there's just 5 of us. All jumping in at the same time to be like, Bavon said this. Oh my God, that's funny. Okay. Oh God. Don't. Yeah, I really hope you didn't hear my arm just crack really loudly. You're so fine. Yeah, just thank everybody. Who tells it first, Lily or Han? That's right, it's Rashkavar. Ah, no, my sweet Peppino. Little did you know it was I, Deruso. Okay, I was too scared to let him away that day. We took the man's identification and shut him in the room next to ours. He might have been a little touched up, but we don't know what I did. No, no. Love you guys, you're so funny. Love you too, Aelin. You're really funny too. I've been watching through the clips of Monster Hunter Wilds that we played back in February. Man, we had a ball. And every time I look at like, oh, there was also the week before last. Actually, no, it was that week too. There was the a Skyrim bingo too, and I'm like, damn, I want to do Skyrim bingo again. Okay, what am I supposed to do? Okay. Press statement 4. Okay. It's just like little directions like this. I don't want to go through like shit tons of information here.
Hold it.
Also, hi, I've only been lurking since slightly before Balvorn said that. Hi! Good to see you. Hope you have a good lurk. Skywell. I'm down for more Monster Hunter or Skyrim. We had a fantastic time. We did. Despite everything. I mean, you sounded so enthusiastic the other day about like, oh, can come up with another bingo. So I'm always like curious, like what you're going to create for a bingo board. And because you always sound so enthusiastic about it. So, you know, always interested to see what you'll muscle up. I don't know. Why did I say muscle up? Is that a word? It was nothing. It was a money incident. But it was already a piece of work. Aye, couple. What happened? He was a disaster. We give him a nice room, and what is he doing in the middle of the night? He tries to escape through the ventilator. Can you blame him? We chased him beyond sir, and we made him again. We caught him again. Can you blame us? No! You didn't shoot the man in your haste, did you? Who do you think we are? Of course not. I simply got hold of him and took him back to the room.
Excuse me.
Muscle up, muscle down, muscle sideways. It's when you get your muscles in. Love it. It's a lot of fun. But yeah, just because I kind of, like, I could definitely do one. Once I've finished this game next week, we could do like a, you know, do a Skyrim bingo as a transition before we go into Mass Effect 3, because going from this game to Mass Effect 3 is going to be interesting. It's such an older game. I haven't touched Mass Effect in so long. I don't know how it's going to go. I think they do recaps at the beginning of each one, so we might be okay. Inosuke looks like if I had a brother who looked like him. Inosuke looks like if I had a brother who looked like him. If you say so. We doing Mass Effect? Yeah, we're doing Mass Effect. Do you know anything about Mass Effect? Genuine question. We talked about this a couple of weeks ago, but I've played through 1 and 2. I have not played 3, but I played 1 and 2 back to back in like 2020, probably just 2020, maybe 2021. But I kind of burnt myself out way too much, and then I haven't gone back to play 3, so. No, not enough. Okay. It's honestly so good though. This is the weird thing, is that, okay, I will always be a dragons and magic and like high fantasy fan, right? But Mass Effect is legitimately really good. From 1 and 2, it is legitimately really good in terms of story building, and you get to make like decisions at certain pivotal points that impact the game later on. You get to make friends with different people, you can choose who you date. There's 3 games, and who you date can be consistent over the course of all 3 games. Yay, Liara. Woo! Brain sex. What is Big Daddy Mass Effect? Wait, what? And that is your trained space shepherd. Yes? What's Big Daddy? And can be good Paragon or bad Renegade, but knowing you, you're always Paragon because otherwise you'd cry. Shut the fuck up, Lily. God. I'll step on you and then cry. Legitimately, though. Yeah, me. Cavalo, at times like this, you don't want to have the capo after you, may believe me. And I believe, and I speak from experience. That is enough, Pepino. There is no need to say more. Yeah. But is it? Yeah. But no, Mass Effect is really good because it was just really good lore and world building and introduction of like stakes and like serious like circumstances. Something I really like is like I keep comparing it to Skyrim because it was like it feels like a very similar kind of time period, I think, in terms of like game and art style and stuff like that. But I really appreciate there's like probably like 4 or 5 different like main races within the space universe you're a part of, and every single like different like race has its own like intricate like, you know, it really delves into that whole like, you know, what do they do with their dead? What do they consider honorable? How do they reproduce? It is fascinating. What their religion is even. It's very cool. I should get Mass Effect, but I don't have space. It's on sale for €15. Isn't it like $3 sometimes? I don't know if it's $3 at the moment. Let's find out. Don't buy it. It's been on sale before for $3. Don't do it. It has legitimately been on sale for $3. Don't do it. The only reason I don't buy it is because I'm like 95% sure Like, I'm probably just gonna play it again on the PS4. I'm planning on pulling out the PS4 to play this. It's gonna be a good time, guys. Fuck that bitch. Anyway. Oh yeah, Garrus? What a guy. God, I do not remember enough about this game. It's devastating. Anyway, the truth is, the night before we put the Red-Headed League plan into action, I was so scared. It was not fair to Capo, but I tried to run away. But the Capo, he came after me and then like a turbine, and he dragged me back to the house, kicking and screaming. I still have other bruises to prove it, Capo? Bruises? You see, you want to see my fantastico bruiso? That is enough, Benno. No one wants to look at that part of you. He has a similar bruise to the other guy. What to do? Show her, I don't show her. Show her, I don't show her. You do, now. If you want to do it, I'll do it. Echo, you see, it's very visible, eh? It's a red ring around your neck. You got that when you were dragged back to the house? See, the couple, sometimes he's a very... That is enough! Weapons has nothing to do with what we are talking about here, you have my word. He's fucking lasso him around his neck? Oh, okay. The less money I give to EA, the happier I am. Correct. That's what everyone says. That's why so many people find ways of obtaining The Sims 4 DLCs legally. I tried to escape, but the couple put the collar on him and dragged him away like he did to me, eh? He has a collar?
Hold it!
See, a bigger collar made from other leather. Leather collar? Is it true, Mr. Rousseau? We had a Sempanada at home when I was younger. It is a souvenir from that time with a very strong chain. Strong chain? And you put that around your friend's neck. I'm sorry. I was so angry that was leaving me alone. You did not have to tie the chain to a leg or to the bed, though. I did not have to try to run again. We treat our people like equal. Is the capos here model? Modder. I thought that red ring was just a shadow. No, so earlier in the trial, there was another guy who had a very similar mark around his neck. So it's noticeable that they are like, especially when they started talking about a bruise, I was like, it's gonna be the neck, right? Ooh, it's gonna be important at some point. The capos are tough, but the capos are rough. Ew, I shouldn't have done it. He had the red ring around his neck just like me. Pepino, s'il vous plaît, leave it to now. But you know, the capo here, you don't want to tangle with him, but for the inspector, it's not so bad. Okay. I'm guessing we need to present the picture of the body because the body doesn't have a mark on the neck. We're putting it together, ladies and gentlemen. It's one glaring inconsistency that remains. I would ask the court to look closely at the photograph of Gregson. You see, there's no red ring visible around his neck. Just like what I thought. This was the weird thing, like, my main character, Ryunosuke asserted that these guys must have met Gregson, and I was like, no, that's not true, like, and obviously this is them coming to this more logical conclusion this way, is ascertaining that someone was pretending to be Gregson. So it means that somebody probably attacked Gregson, potentially killed him and or knocked him out, but then was taken by these guys, trapped overnight, and then returned back to Gregson's body the next day to, like, maybe kill him properly? The color of the man in the morning. I saw the red bruise on his neck, just like I have. You'd expect to see bruising on the victim who was put in the collar more recently than De Rossi. But what do we tell you, huh? We say this from the beginning, many times. We Pepinuras rising man as we photographed. He is someone different to this man we had captive that night. There you go. It would appear then that on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park on Lime Street posing as incognito inspector was not Inspector Gregson at all. If that's true, however, how do you explain the inspector's identification? Oh my god. It's a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable that someone could have stolen such an important item from the inspector. The prosecution made the assertion itself. We also know the inspector had made a note about the Redhead League in his diary for that day, which surely means we can't divorce the two events completely.
Inconsistencies noted by the defense is most troubling. But where the real Inspector Gregson whom these two redheaded gentlemen encountered, the fact that there's no bruising.
And equally, if we actually encounter an imposter, how did that person come to be in possession of the real inspector's identification? The whole thing defies explanation. It is precisely these occasions we need meticulous notes. I'm just making sure we do have the person in this guy, because he has a mark around his neck. But obviously this doesn't necessarily prove that he killed him, right? Very tantalizing, Naruhodo-san. So why don't you help us all see whatever truth that is you've apparently seen? Who exactly is this inspector that appeared before? Gregson himself, an imposter. Though it seems incredible, I admit the undeniable facts point to one thing. Since no bruising can be found on the victim's neck, the person who these two red-headed men took prisoner that day cannot have been Inspector Gregson. In other words, your whole argument up to now has been a waste of time. On the contrary, I haven't finished. What? There's no bruising on the victim's neck, so the question immediately posed next is, who exactly was this man in the park on Lime Street found to be carrying Inspector Gregson's identification? See, that is alright, we tell the same story every time. Whoever this man was, the couple dragged him from a pillar to a post with a dog collar. Mon Dieu, Peppino, it is not so hard as you to say, huh? Who's to say that the false inspector, eh? Who was he? Clearly, the defense has no idea about that. About the true identity of the man these two imprisoned that night. I do like how they make a point of showing the bruise in the picture.
Take that!
Isn't that?
One of the witnesses who was in the stand in this very courtroom earlier today, a nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passerbys. What on earth would a street seller be doing with the police inspector's identification papers? Witnesses, is this the man or not? What has happened is to his lip. See, that is a man for the Red-Headed League, eh? This man is not for the... He's looking for the Twisted Lip League, no? Perhaps rather than making a rash claim next time you should bite your lip instead. Seems improbable. During his testimony earlier, he noted something around the man's neck, a red ring of bruising. Eh? What? The defense demands that Mr. Gossip be brought back to the stand. So we had X-Gen, and we have Z-Gen. We have Alpha-Gen and also Oxygen. What's the next gen gonna be? Beta-Gen, obviously. And Beta-Gen's gonna be the name of the next AI company that'll end up bankrupt in 5 years. AI dot center. Yeah, accurate. Dude, it hurts me so much. Like, I saw a clip today of like the new person who's taking over for like army military stuff in America, and it's like there's this guy and he's like, we don't want drag queens, we want only alpha males and alpha females, and you're like, oh. It's fucking gross, man. It makes me so fucking mad. Every single time anyone opens their mouth about saying alpha males, they should be strangled. I'm just saying. I'm not saying you should hurt people, guys, but like, like, I'm just saying the whole alpha male stuff started off as like I want to say like it's mostly like a female fantasy, right? Strong, independent man, you know, telling you what to do in your life so you don't feel any anxiety, you know, like, because, you know, he confidently tells you what to do. Like, there's a nuance there, but that doesn't mean, like, the last thing I fucking want from it is for it to be appropriated by assholes. You know what I mean? 5 years gonna go into negative within 5 days, though. Probably. Alright. Bring him in. Anyway. Damn, that's a pretty bad bruise. They're so proud.
Well, I never. An undeniable ring of bruising indeed. And identical.
Oh, fuck, I forgot his voice. Oh. Now, what's going on here? I've always had this me. It's a birthmark, isn't it? Birthmark, you say? I assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you. I am some about that inspector again, but I'm telling you, you've got it all wrong as usual. I want to play more Pokemon Moon. Strong, independent man who tells you what to do is a female fantasy. Nah, it's Republican fantasy. Just look at how they view Trump in their fantasy. Ignore the reality. But you know, like, again, like, in my head, you know, like, obviously a woman knows the difference between that being fantasy and it not being fantasy, right? Not all the time. Definitely some people are into stuff and are into certain people. But a lot of the time, you could argue that it's like, okay, this is obviously, like, not appropriate, like, material for real life, okay? Most people will, like, lean away if someone did that in real life. Can I also, oh my god, Lily, okay. I can't remember if I gave you my whole rant about Tamon B-side, an anime I was watching, okay? Hi. You're getting a mini rant, guys, even though I really want to finish this game as quickly as possible. Tell me all. Okay, so Tamon B-side is this anime it's very much written like a teenage, like, fantasy, like, a teenage, like, fan fiction, right? And it's this whole idea of, like, you're just an average girly, but you're, like, the biggest fan of this big idol group called Face, okay? And you're number one Oshi, like your number one like idol in the entire group is Tamon, and he's the head like leader of the group, and he stands at the front in all of their like idol shots and the like. And then she's like, anyway, I need to get a job, and then she ends up as a housekeeper for the idol she adores, and then she gets to know his like not his dark side exactly, it's some of his dark side, but gets to see the difference between him being on stage in idol mode and when he's just by himself. You know, me on like a random Tuesday when I'm not working, where I'm basically incoherent, which is normal. Anyway. So the first like 4 episodes of Tamon B-side is like really good, right? You sit there and you're like, haha, lol, like, you know, fun little like fan fiction energy sort of like show, right? I kind of love that because it was very relatable to be like, oh my god, I want to like imagine my life with, you know, XYZ, and you know. Anyway, but then you get to like episode 5. I'm pretty sure it's episode 5, and they do this whole like really dark persona stuff with Tamon, where he goes like, you know, like he's like depressed and kind of sad and anxiety ridden in his like private life. And so she helps support him with that, okay? But then she kind of like thinks about like leaving him, and he gets like dangerous like levels of like, oh my god, but you're never going to leave me, right? You know, and he gets like obsessive, like yandere energy, okay? And that's the point where I usually go, I'm out. I don't want to see that, okay? I know it's unhealthy and it's gross and I don't want to see that, right? Because, you know, this is literally the level of like, I will kill myself if you leave, you know, that kind of thing. And I do not like it. Anyway, but then I was like, you know what, let's see the next episode. And the next episode was almost like, oh, I forgive him for that, and just kind of moves on. It's very awkward. They try to just like pass it off, but as like a watcher, I'm just sort of like, hang on, you made them have this whole, like, if this happened later in the storyline, sure, fine, character development. But this happened really early on that you're just like, are we ignoring that really dark persona that we just witnessed? That doesn't seem legal, okay? It's just so weird. Yeah, anyway, so they lean away from it. Anyway, so I was watching the last 2 episodes today, and it's so weird because, so what happens is Kinoshita, she realizes that, hang on, I am in love with, oh my god, it makes me so fucking mad. I was obsessing about this to Adara earlier. I thought the show would be about how that's toxic, right? Well, that's what I was kind of hoping, right? Like, reveal that, oh my god, this is a toxic energy, and she tries to like break away from it or fall for a different guy or something. Nope. She's just like, haha, lol, that's just him, I guess, sometimes. And, you know, sometimes she just punches him or something to make him stop, and it's like, all right, well, that doesn't really work, but okay. Anyway, so in the final couple of episodes, Kinoshita, she has this moment where she's like, oh my god, I am in love with Tamon. And you're like, oh my god, that's so cool. Anyway, and then, so the literal end of the second last episode was her handing in her resignation to her housekeeper place. And I was sitting there like, oh, she's resigning because if you're a housekeeper, you know, you're paid to be there. It's a conflict of interest for you to fall in love with one of your clients, okay? It is. You can't do that. You can't fall in love. So I was like, oh, she's handing in her resignation because she's realized her feelings, and she's gonna go to Tamon and admit that she likes him, and so that they can start meeting on equal groundings rather than this money in equal groundings. Okay. Where the fuck is Vampire Man? He's the one who's done the crime, allegedly. We're defending him in court. That's insane. Even physical violence? No, oh well, okay, it's funny because it's Kinoshita, you know, being like, haha, lol, you know, like, get away from me, haha, lol. Anyway, wait, what? Yeah. So the start of the next episode, instead, she's like, I have to separate myself from this, you know, man I've idolized my entire life. I love him too much. Just seeing his face reminds me of him all the time. So she like packs up her room with all of her, it's like the equivalent of me packing away all my pop vinyls, okay? It's not happening, okay? I love them too much. So she packs away all her pop vinyls and she's like, damn, now what do I do with my life? And he turns up at her house, and I'm sitting there like, oh, he hasn't been to her personal residence this entire time. What the fuck happened? And he's like, oh, I tried to get your address from the housekeeping company, and they wouldn't give it to me. And I'm like sitting there like, yeah, duh. And then he literally goes on to say, so I followed you from school, and it's like, fucking no, makes me so fucking mad. I know, I just, like, it's such a fucking massive, like, it stresses me the fuck out. Run, girl, run. I know, right? If I later on find out this is like a massive, like, conspiracy, it's gonna be crazy. Anyway, so he rocks up, he helps clean her house with her 2 younger siblings while she walks the dog and goes, what the fuck do I do about this situation? I'm in love with him, but now he's in my house? I don't know what to feel about this. And he basically is just like, Anyway, I want to tell you that, you know, like, I know you wouldn't have quit for no reason, but you need to remember to start putting yourself first and, like, not put other people's, like, preferences before you. Which would be a really nice thing to say if he hadn't just, like, you know, broken into her, well, not broken in, but, like, you know, literally defied her privacy by turning up on her front doorstep. So, like, fuck you. Is my frank opinion, okay? Yeah, testify again. Anyway. So he leaves and she's sitting there like, what do I want? And blah, blah, blah. Okay. Fuck that, oh my god. Pardon. Oops. Okay. Anyway. And then it cuts away to her being like, I don't know what to do anymore. Like, I have a day off, but like, what am I even gonna do? And of course, she gets a fucking phone call from the idol group people, like the people who technically, like, you know, hired her, like the manager of Tamon-kun, to be like, hey, we're all out today and Tamon has like been knocked over by a cold. Can you come over and look after him? Even though she's not a housekeeper anymore, I just guessed as a friend. Which does make sense. Anyway, so of course she's like, my Oshi is sick. I'm gonna go after him, okay? So she like hurries to his house, rocks up, and like takes care of him, okay? I'm skimming over some other details here. But it's just so weird that it's like suddenly she's like looking after him and she's like, oh my god, like, how am I going to move past this and blah, blah, blah. But then all of the rest of the idol group, right? So it's like, there's 4 other people, but specifically 3 people, right? The 3 people come into the room and they're all like, tired after a day of work, and they're like, is Tamon okay? And one of them's like, sit down, Kinoshita, I'll make us some food. And he treats her to some delicious food and they hang out for a little bit, like have these weird, like family-like vibes. And I'm sitting there like, this feels like coercion, but okay. And then, you know, of course, while Tamon-kun is still passed out, they're all like, you know, Kinoshita, he's been better since, you know, you were with him. Which is true. She has helped him, like, build up his anxiety, like, try to, like, help him with his anxiety and stuff, and we love that, okay? His apartment's cleaner, she takes care of him, you know? Like, that's nice. But, like, I don't like it. And I'm definitely going to watch season 2, don't get me wrong. But just because I'm curious to see which way it goes. But yeah, all these people, like, you know, these 3 other, like, idol pretty-faced figures all being like, man, he's better with you, Kinoshita, and blah, blah, blah. And then, of course, like, right near the end, she's like, they're like, you know, Tamon's, like, crying, and he's like, I don't want you to leave, but, like, you could do whatever you want, Kinoshita. And she sits there and she, like, bites her lip, and she's like, if I will bury my feelings deep inside me, if it means that I can keep being his housekeeper and looking after him. So she's like, I'll stay on as your housekeeper. And then the credits. La ha ha ha. Like, it is, she didn't quit. Wait, she literally gets a call and they're like, hey, the person who took your position at the housekeeper place, she just broke a bone. Could we hire you again? That is literally what happens. And then she's like, oh, I guess I have the job back. And then it just fucking goes to credits. Anyway. And I'm so upset. It's so weird because, as I said, there's some really nice nuances in there of like, oh, he's anxious and she's looking after him and blah, blah, blah. But then this ending I just didn't like. It felt so coercive to be like, he rocks up at your, like, at your address to be like, hey, I don't mind if you come back or not, but I just really needed to, you know, get the final word in before you fucking disappear from the end of the world. And then it just, like, goes on to be like, hey, and then, you know, they have the other idol dudes to call her up to look after them, to them mysteriously turn up at the house to almost inadvertently pressure her, or at least definitely use their soft powers to convince her to stick around. Like, it's not right. It does feel really coercive. Dude, if you watched it, like, again, so many parts are like, oh my god, cute fantasy storyline, and then so many red flags. Anyway, let's continue with the game. I was gonna try and not, like, get distracted through this stream. Impossible. But the point is, I finished the first season. We'll see where it goes. Cause, you know, I'm really hoping that it'll get to a point where it's like she realizes her feelings and they admit each other, like, they have feelings for each other and they can work more cohabitively, you know, like, they work together as boyfriend and girlfriend, you know, rather than this weird housekeeper and client plus an idol and their, like, biggest fan, you know, like, it just doesn't seem right. It's okay, Aylin. I'm ranting about an anime. You missed probably the first little bit of the explanation, but I'm ranting about an anime I didn't really end up kind of liking, even though I kind of do, but I don't. A guy stalked his housekeeper. Yeah, it's an anime called Tamon B-Side. I don't know how I feel about it. As I said, there's some really cute stuff in there, but a lot of red flags. A lot of red flags. Anyway, to answer your question, you were asking, what did Vampire Man supposedly commit? He killed Gregson. Tobias Inspector Gregson, is dead. Allegedly. Yeah, exactly. Alright, anyway. The man who claimed to be an inspector that day was definitely not the man. It's right to see. You think we could have forget the grand lips, huh? I don't like his lips either. I never leave Fresno Street, alright? I have no interest in any redhead league. I'm all alone in the world, me. I ain't no kinfolk or anything. Why would I be involved in something like that? Just look at me, eh? Does it look like I carry off a disguise with a face like this? Yeah, actually. I hate that man. I know. Wasn't he on the music box list? Yes. Yes! Good pickup! Well done. So there was a list of names, right? There was Kazuma Osogi, Tobias Gregson, Giselle Brett, who was the other one? Sholmes? No. Fuck, I always forget who the full names are. Anyway, the point is, Wilson. John Wilson. So 3 out of 4 of those people are dead now. Okay, that's the point. So Kazuma is left. Just wait for the attempted assassination.
Appears we have wrong man.
What have I been telling you, huh? There is no need for this pointless testimony. That's right, I'm just a simple peddler. I don't know what fucking voice to do him. Yeah, I'm just gonna do, like, Issen voice, because I always know what the Issen voice sounds like. That's right, I'm just a simple peddler, a member of Fresno Street's all I know. How could I have come by a police inspector identification book, eh? That is hard to explain, but...
A brief cross-examination, I think.
I'm always at your side, Naruto-san. Oh my god. What deformation does that guy have on his lips? He was punched? Get it stuck in a vacuum? Making out too hard? Does that guy look like he makes out too hard? No, it's a different type of nose. I was like, could it be Gregson? You know, like, pretending to be someone else? I was like, the ears kind of could look the same. No. I just want Gregson to still be alive, okay? Just bear with me here. It's a completely different nose, though. Unless they fake what their nose looks like, but... I don't know why. I keep looking at people's noses a lot in this game. It's very interesting seeing people's different noses. And how it, like, adds to their personality. Like, this one, he even has the upturned, like, nose. It's just fascinating. I think also in some of the animations, I think their nose kind of, like, clunks around. I don't know how to explain it, but, like, it's like the animation moves and it goes, like, it's very minute and it's hard to, like, identify when it does happen. It's hard to call out because my brain's like, you blink and you miss it. Anyway. What is his lip half the size of his face? I don't know. We'll find out later. If you're awake. I'll find out later today. I'm just gonna look up what I should press. Statement 3. Alright.
Hold it!
So you heard of the Red-Headed League?
I don't get a name like Gossip for nothing, eh? It's my business to know what's exactly going off in town. I sold that tasty tidbit of a fair few redheads that came past me. Just between us, I even got sandwiched to cup up a bit for it.
That's a very red nose.
But as you see, my own hair's not got a tint of red in it. In any case, Fresno Street's my patch. You won't catch me saddling off to some other part of town, no sir, no likely.
Excuse me.
Dear sir. How can I help? Free just one-shot me in her last fade. Oh, dude, did you go back to Dark Souls 3? Wait. Or are we talking about Slay to Spire? I'll probably be asleep soon, I hope. You'll get there, Aelin. Yeah, I just started again. Yeah! Wait, so you never defeated Freed? Because I'm just saying. Always willing to give a helping hand. Not yet. Okay. Well, if you're ever struggling, you have this really, this really pretty girl who has like 400 plus hours in Dark Souls 3. And it would be my pleasure. Yeah! Anyway, just in case if that goes for any of the bosses that you might struggle at, okay? Specifically in the DLC, you'll know what part I'm talking about when you get to it. Oh man, that's a bad cough I have. Did Gossip's words just now lead you to remember something? It was the other day when I was looking for a place near the park, a small house or something. The Red-Headed League headquarters. I visited an housing agent on Lime Street and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent.
What?
We did talk about Ring City too. Yeah! Mr. Gollop has a housing agent? He had some kind of contract and they were clearly discussing terms.
But no, you're mistaken, chum. I've never left Fresno Street, me, like I said before. You've mistaken me for someone else. Someone with the same face.
No, the capo is right, I remember it too. He was paying the man with the banknotes. With notes.
Like I said, that wasn't me.
I was curious why this man with the dirty clothes would be had so much money. So I look at the name on the papers. What was the name written? No, this was a man, he lies. He tells you that he is a no-name. But in fact his name was Hugh Bone. It is better than Mr. Gossip, I think, see? No! He's the one who rented out the name.
I'm a peddler of tidbits of information, like I said, on Fresno Street, and that's all. I don't much like folk talking about my personal life.
It's not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of witnesses.
He owns the room, correct.
Very well, shall respect your wishes.
What?
The aforementioned name shall be redacted from all court records of this trial.
What? I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case. God, I want to crack my hip. As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings. Hugh Bone, the name of the leaseholder of the room. Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room. I suggest, that you start talking. Whenever he looks like this, he looks so, like, sweet and, like, he's, like, determined. You know what I mean?
Well, alright. I suppose that might be the case, eh? My hip hurts. Fuck.
Is your real name Hugh Bone?
Sorry, huge bone. Sorry, you haven't been saying it right at all. Huge boner. A huge bone. I have the biggest bones, obviously. Look at these big bones. Yeah. Well, just between us, I don't like to blow my own trumpet, but there's no finer peddler of tidbits in town. Fucking hell. So I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room in a fallen down backstreet townhouse.
GG, mate.
And once every 6 months, I go and pay the rent to the agent on Lime Street. I remember now. There are 2 vulgar redheads in there last time.
Hey, if either of us is a vulgar, it is not me. Think again, Peppino. Why didn't you bring this up before?
It's like I told you already. I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a tidbit peddler as far as anybody else is concerned. No fuss.
You'll update your testimony to include the surprising revelation.
If I best.
So the leaseholder Scotland Yard has been looking for since the body was discovered has been here under our noses all along. Gee. Just gonna save.
Hold it!
Why would you rent an empty room?
I don't think I should have to say, really.
Money. How about the notice board in there? Which was covered from top to bottom in confidential documents only the police should have access to.
No, that board's not mine. The inspector must have brought it along. It's only the other the other bits and bobs that belong to me, the desk, the chair, and that.
Oh! I didn't put... He is that guy. He's this guy. I was looking... I mean, still a very different nose, but this is the only thing that makes sense. Because if the desk belongs to him, then the photo on that desk means that he's Daily Vigil. But he doesn't look anything like him, does he? Look at these 2 photos. But he's got the curls. He's got the curls. It's so hard to believe, but that's the only thing that makes sense. We'll find out. The real question is, why was Inspector Gregson killed there, in your room?
Well, obviously, I've not the faintest idea. I mean, it's causing me no end of bother, to be honest.
I see it to me that Mr. Bone would rather as little is known about his room as possible for some reason. Okay. Oh, I get it. Okay. So now I present the information of the photo.
Objection!
Woo! If you have no kinfolk, as you put it, then explain why it is that among the sparse furnishings we found this photograph in the room. I presume as you've been renting the room, that this photograph belongs to you, does it not?
Well...
Mr. Bone, drop the pretense, and tell the court exactly who you really are.
I don't know what you mean. I'm a peddler. I keep telling you so. Really don't need to bother with me. Please, just leave it alone.
As the man says, leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life is no bearing on the case. Because it's simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson. How can you be so sure? Just look at the man. No amount of disguise could ever hide those unmissable features. Maybe that's the point. But what if we were to look at this the other way around? What do you mean? There's no denying that Mr. Bone's lip is very prominent indeed. but consider the possibility that his prominent lip is itself a part of the elaborate disguise. Then, hiding the prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Huge Bone?
You're still hiding the truth from this case.
If that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be. Yeah, that's right, there's only one person he could really be. My lord, the defense believes that it can reveal Mr. Bone's true identity. And he has been missing for a day. He was missing for a day, and that explains him being taken in. No, please, no. Sorry, buddy. It is what it is.
Take that!
Daily Vigil. It's Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Daily Vigil.
Yo.
Don't recall that name, but, Counsel, who is this Mr. Vigil?
It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Herlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective, asking him to locate her missing husband. The woman in this photograph, in fact, this is Mrs. Vigil. What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course, on the night, you were being held captive by the two red-headed league men. And last night, you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in this trial, because we've been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. Being important witnesses in this case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course. And that explains why you've been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry, waiting for you at the Vigil residence.
No, just hold on a moment.
What I'm talking about, really? It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. What you'll have to do is pull off that disguise.
No, please.
Bailiff, bring soap, a sponge, and a wash bowl at once. You will restrain the witness. Yes! Si, my lord. Oui, my lord.
No, stop! They're trying to strip me. Don't!
Someone called Gale? That's a NPC, you can totally summon him. There he is! We love Gale up in here.
Now seen your true features.
Wow, he is. Wait, they even dressed him up? So the court can see your face.
It appears that the defense's counsel assertions was entirely correct. This has been an elaborate deception. Tell the court, have you seen this man before?
I don't believe it, but... See, there is no question. This is the spy inspector we saw in the park.
Extraordinary.
Why'd they dress him up? I'm gonna look if I need to unsummon him for his quest or not. I don't think so. I don't think so. It's just he's like a dude who keeps popping up to help you out, you know? Like that other guy in the base game.
Probably multiple of them.
Man claiming to be Inspector Gregson, who appeared before Mr. De Rousseau and Mr. De Rossi in the park. Sermon. Turds. Okay. Was you disguised as the inspector? Or rather, was you posing as the inspector in no disguise at all? He looks so, like, normal now. It's so weird. Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
The chief warder? Then your career had promise. Why would you quite possibly have become the future governor of the prison? What on earth have you been doing peddling little tittle-tattle on Fresno Street?
It's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years.
I'm really dreadfully sorry about all of this. Yeah, it's true. I'm daily vigil.
You were the chief warder at Barclay Prison? He doesn't look like a chief warder type of guy. So where did Huge Bone come from?
Lone is the other me. It's a name I invented. I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become.
Again, definitely still anticipating that he obviously didn't do the crime itself. Like, yes, he owns the room, and he rents out the room in order to get money so he can still afford his estate. But other than that...
As you say, it was 10 years ago that my employment at Barclay Chief Warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage, but times were hard in London and I found no suitable engagements at all. In desperation, one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street.
Which your wife appears to not know. She still maintains that you are the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I never told her. I opened an account at the bank under the name of Huge Bone, and I rented the cheapest rooms I could find on Fresno Street.
The name of the very crime we're investigating.
Yeah, that's right. A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler, and transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man from town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine.
I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room, but that explains it.
I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons. Without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them.
So instead, you decided to conceal your occupation from them?
Yeah.
Hitler's phase 1. Whoa! Who is she? She's slaying? You got this, Lily.
I've made a terrible mistake of everything.
Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6 pence apiece, you couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warder at the prison.
Very true. To have kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment.
Oh no.
That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson.
What? What? Inspector Gregson? What on earth?
It was some years after I invented Bone and begun my other life as a street seller. He, the inspector, that is, recognized me one day.
You mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours?
I knew him from my time working at the prison.
Damn, this is crazy. Gregson's fucking goated.
When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family, and from that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasingly regularity. Then, one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him.
Secret? What was it?
I was to impersonate the inspector.
Oh. That's... What? Impersonate him?
What? Always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me.
Visit Orxie's tomorrow and take a statement from the proprietress. Orxie's?
It was always something along those lines, surveillance work, interviewing people, so those occasions... He would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. And for those services, he compensated me financially.
Wait. My instructions were to make an impression to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. So he's... Even though you could argue this is him trying to get details from people, this also sounds like Gregson's trying to, like, Like, what has he actually been doing during that time? Was he napping? I wish. That would be me.
Scotland Yard Inspector willingly relinquishing his identification into your care with intent to deceive. That, as I'm sure I need to not point out, is a very serious criminal offense.
But why? What was the point of you impersonating him?
I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions.
Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. Even if, well, if I end up a croaker. Whoops. Sleepy, love you, Han. Have fun. Good night, Aelin. Sleep well. Look after yourself, okay? Rest up. Have a lovely weekend, too.
In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. It became something of a second office for him.
This explains why it didn't make sense that there was like 2 different types of things in the room. So in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really...
Yeah, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my bone disguise, and then went as instructed to the park, armed with the inspector's identification book. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away.
This was insane. What the fuck is happening anymore? We should be almost at the end of this section though, right? Yeah. Where is that? Well, it would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case.
Explain yourself, prosecutor.
My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered, at the hands of these 2 headed when they imprisoned the inspector.
But no, that can't be. After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day, it was me.
Oh goodness. Finally, we have clarity. We had nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. And merci, Monsieur de la Fertz, for proving it. Back. Pardon.
Order! Indeed, it would appear that we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim, as proven somewhat ironically by the defense. Hereby call an end to the cross-examination.
Hold it.
What? Yeah, Kazuma. Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness. Kazuma?
What question?
It concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time.
10 years ago.
The execution of the professor. Genshin Impact! I want to know exactly what your involvement was.
No.
Answer me, man.
One moment, counsel. Is this related to the current case?
Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked.
Does the defense concur?
Yeah, absolutely, sure. You're not one yourself. Poor Kazuma, no wonder he's acting this way. Mr. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin Impact's last moments, his own father. I understand, I do. Prosecutor Asogi. Do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? I need you to trust me, please.
Oh.
Very well. The defense has no objections.
We answer the question, witness.
The truth is, I remember very little of that time.
You've forgotten?
I'm sorry to say, yeah.
It has been 10 years.
As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. But for some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. That's weird.
Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhodo?
Sorry?
Well, 10 years ago was a long time, but I've forgotten the reason why he left such an important job.
Yeah, you're right. Not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know. Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. Because we already have evidence of what happened. The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily, which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection. Sorry? The human spirit? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean.
When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. But it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memory resurfaces. And when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed.
But I really don't...
Kazuma-sama.
But,
But if it must be crushed, then so be it, because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out one way or another.
now I understand. It's clear that his intentions are he means to expose the truth at any cost. Might cause some crucial memories to return to him, but should I?
Yeah, do it. No jokes, just do it. I bet you to pursue the truth. Let's go! Dismissal.
Take that!
Yeah?
In other words, you claim to have left the post of Chief Warder of your own volition.
Well, yeah, of course. Why?
Tell me, do you remember seeing this document before?
No. No, I don't.
This is a dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. A dismissal notice? And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil.
What? What? It's mine?
So you didn't resign from the prison service after all? For some reason, you were dismissed as Chief Warder from Barclay.
No, there's some mistake, I'm sure. I'm sure I tendered my resignation. That dismissal notice is nonsense. Isn't it?
If you are forcibly dismissed, there must have been good reason. Clearly, you did something bad, very bad, evil even. It's time to break the seal and have you remember.
Have you remember?
According to something, the final execution that you supervised was on the 17th of June, 10 years ago. And on that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison.
The 17th of June?
Was that the professor's execution?
Professor?
As you were the Chief Warder at the time, it stands to reason that you could have been present throughout the proceedings.
It does sound familiar.
And yet, that execution never took place. I'm still confused by this whole case, and I guess that's the whole point. The convict, ostensibly executed earlier that day, later re-emerged from his grave.
The convict came back to life?
In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness.
However, the witness claims there was a moment after he saw the victim clambering out of his grave. A gunshot rang out from over his shoulder, and the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly.
I wonder who did that. I wonder who did that. Alright, next drink bottle. Woo! Alright.
Those who may have been the professor's actual last moments.
Yeah, yes.
Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing the executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head somewhere, man. Wake up! Wake up! Well, Chief Warder, daily vigil. I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on the 17th of June 10 years ago. And now it's time for you to drag them up. Man, I wish memories worked like that. Is this how therapy works? Shout at them. I know what you did.
Yeah, the whole prison. It was completely chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. The shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane. What?
What?
Order! Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of the time have returned?
Wait a second. Sorry, I kind of read it. He was killed in the cemetery. The shocking news ripped through. Okay, no, he's still consistent facts. Okay.
My head, it's destroying me. It's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams.
Oh my goodness.
Screams.
The papers. There were reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost.
Correcto mono.
Surely those reports were exaggerated.
There were traces at the scene.
Traces of what?
In Lowgate Cemetery, at plot number 139. Bloods. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there.
The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering.
I've reviewed the police records from that time extensively, and a thorough investigation is conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigating team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved.
Are you saying that a mad prison warden abetted the man's bid for freedom?
It's a pretty bad way to go.
Yeah, and I was suspected for doing it. Of using the mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape.
You did what?
I remember now, the horror of it all is coming back to me.
Spin me right round, baby, right round. That's definitely what's happening. Good job, prevented the zombie apocalypse. Yeah, we did it. It was so easy.
One evening, a few days before the execution, some detectives came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower.
Uh-oh. I'm sorry, Dollar, this is a serious business. I can't help you now. As Chief Warder, you are responsible for overseeing the execution authority. Well, it seems the fellow at Scotland Yard want to have a few words with you about it. But pack your things, laddie, or to attend in person.
As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank, and the next thing I knew, the professor, the most hated killer in our country's history.
What?
And I let him escape. I'm finished. My life. Oh god, it's over.
Oh no. He jumped out the window? 5 black psyche locks broken. Good bit, good bit. I like it.
Fetch a doctor at once!
He's fine. Don't worry about it.
Court is adjourned for the day with immediate effect.
Okay, so that's how that trial ends.
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day.
Whoa!
Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Kazuma, and Gregson.
Yeah.
All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
When does he take off? He's accelerating. I was really hoping that was gonna happen. He would just go. Didn't work, unfortunately. Woo! On to investigation part 2. We did it. Dun, 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 dun. The next morning, we're just moving on. 3:38 p.m. Oh, it's the afternoon already? Why? What were we doing all morning? Still can't believe what happened. Oh, this is the same day. I think this is the same day. Yeah, it is. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay. So this is us going home.
I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned, but it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to hospital to recover.
Right. Do we need to... We just saw this. We do not need to recap it. Sorry, I hyper-focused. Yeah! Good job, Lily.
Bruno!
Oh, Iris.
You were miles away. Anyway, I've brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you.
Oh, thank you.
You and Susie have an exhausting day so far, haven't you?
Also, Iris has been doing something suspicious behind the scenes too, so...
Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you.
Do you know...
Oh, do you know where Sholmes is? Came out of the courtroom back to the defendant's antechambers. He disappeared.
Oh, no. I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. He was like, I must leave.
I wonder if pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death.
Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. For the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else.
The government trying to figure out ways to either fix their own government or like fix the education system. They're like, we could fix this, but we would have to completely break down everything underneath it. And they go, you know what? Instead of like fixing the education system, why don't we just like get them to go to work, like go to school 1 hour earlier? That'll fix everything. Let's just give them more homework. That'll fix everything. Oh, I will say though, I will attend to the fact that as soon as school fucking goes out, during the school holidays, fucking vandalism increases. I don't know what is with young kids. Whenever it's not school holiday, like they're at school, never see any sort of vandalism whatsoever. As soon as they're on school break, there's like more graffiti and everything. Sorry, that was a really random tangent. I'm so sorry. But we solved the missing persons case so we can make rent. You know, I really hope that's what Sholmes was doing. He was like, I must leave, in the sense that he was like, I must go tell the lady that so I can get the money before he's possibly arrested for a crime.
He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too. But he can't take his own advice and leave well alone. So solving mysteries is too important to him.
That's so true.
But that's why I like Hurley after all.
Suppose that's a lot of a great detective in some ways.
So then, let's have tea, and I'll give you a hand.
Wait, do you have time, Iris?
Yes, I'm finishing this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline.
Oh, I'm so looking forward to seeing it. A new adventure of the Sherlock Holmes.
You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline.
She's a smart woman. The smartest woman on the surface of the planet. Oh, that's such a good bit. I keep scaring myself with seeing dust on my desk in front of me. You do? Poor Mr. Sholmes.
Sure, that's very wise, Iris. How sensible.
Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before you continue our investigations.
Alright.
How'd it go in court?
We don't know what the truth happened. One thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Zieks definitely didn't do it.
Oh, goody.
Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well.
Oh, really?
There's another development too, Kazuma.
It's quite clear. Kazuma-sama is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed.
No, I mean at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound. He clicked that way too fast. He was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. What's going in his head, I wonder? Probably the fact that his dad wasn't actually the professor, but that's fine. Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered. Then Lord Van Zieks has to be innocent, you see.
What? The day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work out. Just by examining the corpse, surely.
Yes, you would expect so, but curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report.
That is curious.
Still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zieks though. Isn't there?
Do you mean?
I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place?
Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he?
Turns out that little room was actually the inspector's secret office.
Oh, that sounds like all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot.
Please don't write a book about Gregson's death. I will be so- I mean, like, I guess it's to honor him, but it's devastating. But then why was the notice board in there covered in all those particular papers? Papers that linked to the Reaper. Starting to get a bad feeling about all this.
Oh dear, that sounds more like something horribly devilish.
Whoop.
We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late.
This is definitely leaning in the direction of Gregson being the Reaper. Because, well, we now have, like, physical proof. We now have at least, we have proof that Gregson had periods of time where he made it look like he was working, but he was doing something else. So who's to say that wasn't covering up for murdering someone? Suspicious. Never imagined I might have been investigating him.
According to his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League before his death.
You mean he was doing the same as Hurley?
Well, Mr. Shums was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating.
I do wish it had been the other way around.
You just wish that Shums died instead?
You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi.
Agreed.
Oh my. Yes, you're absolutely right, Iris.
But why would Gregson need an alibi?
It would appear that the inspector had something to do he wished to keep secret.
I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips.
I know, right? Dude, perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar. That's so funny. What a crazy thing to say. I always knew it. Salt and vinegar chips will destroy anybody. It's just facts, okay? It's not worth it. They'll destroy you. I don't like them.
I think perhaps we should try to move away from food analogies. You're making me hungry. Please stop it. I need to go to the nearest fish and chip store immediately.
Well, anyway, Lord Van Zieks felt the need to investigate Gregson.
I agree. We must try to find out what he knows.
Vigil.
He's been taken to hospital.
Ah, it's Saint Sinners.
Of course it is. I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down.
But that's amazing, Runo! You found the lady's husband already!
Well, I suppose I have, by accident.
And 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration.
No.
So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed. Pro, I'm surprised they didn't kill him. They should have killed him. There's more. For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another job. He was paid by Gregson to be his stand-in to impersonate the inspector.
To impersonate Gregsy? But why?
I have no idea.
Jenny was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Runo.
I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me.
That means he has ties to the professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil.
Cool.
Alright, let's go! Well, I think it's clear what we need to do.
Let's investigate. Oh, Iris, you're even more enthusiastic than usual today.
If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will set everything straight.
What? That water pistol?
It's stuffed full of piping hot, extra special blend of mine.
But I'm quite sure it'd be very effective.
Are you kidding me? That's dangerous. You can't shoot just hot water everywhere. Gee, Benese, mate. I like how both of them went like, yeah! It's still weird that Sholmes has just mysteriously vanished. Keep going. What do we got here? Hard choice. Alright, let's go see if we can see this guy first. Not here. Ballad. Street room. Alright, to the prison. Also, haven't seen Makotoba. Hey, gorgeous. How's prison?
Lord Van Zeeks is reading, look.
It doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he?
But he must have noticed that we're here. What do you want? It's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? Perhaps not. I apologize. So what can I do for you, Naruhodo?
Lord Van Zeeks, speaking earnestly.
Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow.
That's such a good bit.
Oh my god, it's almost like all the storms have dissipated from the sky.
Dissipated? I think that's the right word. Shh. I know the English language, allegedly. This does feel very, very strange.
I'm losing my voice.
I must say, I wasn't, losing my mind. Miles Edgeworth, I must say, I was impressed. Oh, thanks. Not by you, by your fellow friend. Oh, I see, thank you. It's sardonic, don't you think, for a man such as me, so loathing of the Japanese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. There's probably fanfics about that. I suppose. It's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Played the part? Why are you asking questions? We already know what's up with this guy. You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper, because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause, a cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything? But the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day, and that was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about all of this. Someone is using you.
Believe me, even since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him, or rather expose the organization.
Oh, it's a whole organization.
I had a feeling it might have been. And the only reason I say that is because they make it sound like a lot of different people have died, and it's like, how can you be at this right place at the right time so often?
It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man.
I agree.
No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case. Which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved.
You can't mean.
It's taken me very many years, but I've finally identified the central figure in the Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson.
Damn, the reveal.
No, no.
Gregson, the Reaper? It's such a hard... He at least gave them information, but it's so hard to believe that he would have committed a crime, right? Dissipated is a good word. I wonder what it means. Dissipated. I'm pretty sure dissipated is just like disappeared, right? Yes, Lily. What's up? Dissipated. Dissipate. Disappear or cause to disappear. Hey, it's the right word. Crazy. It's almost like Hannah reads books. Pfft. To scatter, waste, or gradually vanish, or disperse, or fade away. Crazy. No, there's like a whole thing. I remember, I feel like I've seen like a meme, like a thing where it's like, don't judge a person if they use a word in the right context but don't know the meaning of it. It probably just means they've read it somewhere. Wait, it is? I know dissipate, but not dissipate. Wait, what? Dissipated? What did I say? Dissipated. Did I say dissipated? I meant dissipate. Fuck. Wait, what did I just spell? Okay. I meant dissipate. Okay, you need to understand. I'm really bad with putting extra ated in words, and I do not know why. So rather than saying dissipated, I'll say dissipated. Whatever the fuck I said. We're doing fine. Now I like want to go back in time and be like, what did I even actually say?
Dissipated from the sky, dissipated from the sky.
You know, it could have been either one. I can't remember. I'll find out when I go through the clips later. Okay. Gregson. Oh shit. So I was annoyed with the double phase with both of them, so I was like, just summon Gale to get to the last part faster and let him die, but Gale just wouldn't die, and I started feeling bad for him for getting so beaten up, so I was like, alright, let's see how long he survives, and attacked freed together. He died at the end though. I think he would have survived if I didn't just use him as bait for the second phase. Dang. So I kind of did it, but not the way I intended. Good job, Lily, you did it! Oh well, still done it with it, yeah! So what I'm hearing is that Gale ended up kind of carrying you. Gale was a goat.
The Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard, and there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization.
I don't believe it.
Are you saying that Grexy, that he was behind all those awful criminals meeting their...
Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself.
Okay, thank you.
Oh,
He was the tactician. His job was covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations.
It's so hard to believe though, he's such a good guy.
In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi.
Which is where Mr. Vigil came in.
Oh, Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector. Sorry, Iris, like, moved in, and I thought that was her responding.
Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he runs on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings.
So we don't actually know who carried out the killings then.
Actually, I do have a name.
You What?
But if you can name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper already then.
Or if I can name the woman.
What?
She's a young woman by the name of Asa Shin.
Oh, that's right. The other incognito person. I thought that was supposed to be dead. Wait, what? He did kinda just get stuck in the corner for a while in the second phase. Don't know how he managed to get to the first phase. Time to do this fight in New Game Plus. Alone, I guess. You got this, girlie. You're so good. Shin. Miss Asa Shin, the true name of a terrifying killer I know way too well. Oh, that's right. I forgot it was. So Asa Shin was the actual name and Giselle Brett's the cover. But she supposedly died. She came to Japan posing as a visitor. Okay, we know all this. I'm gonna skim over it. Well, I know all of this. Maybe no one else. That woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey. It's hard to believe, especially considering she's dead now. But it also kind of explains... Okay, so just, it kind of explains, like, if this woman... Oh, okay. I know what's happening. I was thinking, though, why I love double and even triple fights in Hollow Knight and Silksong while disliking them in Dark Souls, and I think it's just a camera issue. It's much easier to see the enemies in the whole arena in 2D, while 3D cameras is just... yeah. I will definitely say, like, yes, totally, you're totally right, especially in the fight that you just did with, Freed. Because obviously there's like two people on the screen half the time, and it goes like you don't know what the person behind you is doing. You always need to face one or the other, or try and make sure that, you know, you can have them both in frame most of the time. Oh, also I will say some of the wind-ups too are like really big and massive. There is a fight coming up, Lily, and you're gonna hate it. You're gonna hate it, okay? And I wish I could say otherwise. I don't even know if I've beaten him legitly, but there is a really annoying fight that you're gonna hate. That's depending on the fact that you find it as well. Because it's, I would say it's kind of a secret boss, but you should be able to find it. So, that's a little secret. AA Wiki. The art of Daig Yakuten, Saiban, Naruhodo Ryanosuke no Bokan, renders her pseudonym in English as Giselle Bullet. Ah, the name originates from the type of gun that John Watson was shot with in Sherlock Holmes' canon. The localization rendering to the name. Alright. Being an actual name, for example, Jeremy Brett, an English actor known for playing Sherlock Holmes in the 1984 TV series, though Giselle is still not a real name. Cool. I thought it was just like some sort of like deviant from like Braille. Is Dragheap a DLC? Oh my love! Vision. Location? Dragheap the DLC location? Yes. Yes, it is. Yeah, because I told you a while back that the start of the next DLC is either at the end of DLC, the other DLC, or you can go to a different location and do it that way. So yes, Dragheap's the start of your next DLC. Towards the Ringed. It's a good TV series. I don't think I've seen it, but I'm curious. I do like Sherlock Holmes. I want to read the books first. Man, it's almost like I wish I had time to read. Okay, this is my theory. Obviously, I still believe Lord Strongheart is somehow going to be the instigator in all of this, right? So what if Lord Strongheart was trying to, like, get rid of suspecting people? Like, I definitely get the impression that the list we saw at the beginning was Lord Strongheart's goal, because they talked about them being government secrets, and I thought maybe they were like spies, which obviously this woman was a spy to some degree. But I also get the impression that what that list was people who were suspicious that Lord Strongheart wanted murdered, okay? Because who is more incriminating? Like, it's almost like it was Lord Strongheart. If we think Strongheart is the person who's telling who, like, Tobias to kill, is telling who to do what, and investigate who, and kill who. This is him trying to sweep up all of his business before the symposium, okay? He wants the symposium to come out, and he wants to take over as Attorney General, but he wants everything from 10 years ago squeaky fucking clean. How does he do that? Murder the Reaper of the Bailey. Murder Dr. Wilson for being a part of that criminal organization. Murder Tobias Gregson because he knows what's been happening over the several years, because he's also a part of it. But also murder Kazuma, because Kazuma knows his dad wasn't actually the one who did the crime, because it was actually Strongheart. But also, I feel like Sholmes should be on that list too. Like, I wouldn't be surprised to find out that Sholmes is the next person on that list. And that he's scared of being murdered next. So, just wait for it, guys. Wait for it.
Hoda, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss.
No, of course not. We can't mention it here. Because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely the man was her father.
Asa Shin, I should let father know at once.
I was like, why? I will say, DS3 has been really, really, really fun. I've been enjoying it a lot, aside from the runbacks and the camera stuff. Yeah, well, again, DS3 is like really good if you want something that's smoother than Dark Souls 3, but like, I want to say like chiller than Elden Ring. It's a really good middle of the road like game. There's a lot of reasons why people's first game was Dark Souls 3, and it's fucking worth it.
Kazuma. Isn't he? Kazuma Sergei said they were a friend of yours.
Best friend. He's the whole reason I came to Britain. It was all on his merits. I've nothing but respect for him.
Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father.
Genshin Impact, the professor.
It's true, the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with common man as pawns in politics and economy and war. In many ways, Sergei was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves.
I see.
But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zieks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt.
But he caught him in the act.
So why did that damn person have to go and take my brother's life?
Because it was Strongheart.
In spite of having once saved mine.
You saved your life? How did that happen?
It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital.
Clint had already been killed at this point then.
Genshin and I were walking down the back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden...
Don't make a peep, you're coming with us.
We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I'd been targeted several times before.
Yes, Van Zieks, alright, we've got him.
I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me. But just when I thought my time had come, If I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me. It was the Sergei's voice, just a whisper in my ear. Bang. Why was there a bang? He had a sword in him. After that, I don't remember what happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He shielded me.
Bro, Genshin definitely didn't do this. Genshin Impact would never betray me like this, okay?
And 2 days later, they arrested him. On suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, the Professor.
The Professor.
Sounds like a great guy, arguably.
Oh, how awful for you.
All at once, I lost the brother I revered and the foreign friend I held in such high regard.
I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks.
And that's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone.
Well, thank you for confiding in me. Ignore my musical number.
1, 2, 3, 4.
The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. Apparently, the ADHD is strong tonight. I think it's this fucking chair. I'm still trying to get used to this chair, guys, and I'm never fucking comfortable enough. It's that or my back's slowly getting worse. One of the two. I'm never quite fucking comfortable.
I wonder just how intimately related they are.
Still can't believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper. Giving assassination orders to Giselle Brett?
Not a hodder. Let's go and inform my father.
Why?
I'm sure the government will hear about this new information.
Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie. Hurrah!
Oh no. He's... Makodabud's gonna be the one who brings up Wilson. Maybe Iris stay here. This is how she finds out. Hated both brothers and has been trying to get Zeke's done for years as the Reaper. I don't know. I don't know about that. Maybe? But if that's the case, why wouldn't he have arrested him sooner, you know? Sloppy work. Strongheart can do better than that. If you've seen so many crimes, you surely would know how to commit a good crime yourself, right?
I thought yesterday, and I think it again. This place is so princely.
It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'd think the same tomorrow.
My tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though, wouldn't you say?
Oh. Okay, we have it. This is an unexpected pleasure. Why'd I have to give him the most stinkiest accent?
Father.
Oh, is that your daddy, Susie? How lovely.
What a charming young lady, and you are. Oh no, I'm not ready for this, Makodaba, please. Oh, really? So you're the author of The Adventure of Sherlock Holmes, are you?
That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. Susie's has such a wonderful friend to me over the years, you know?
Year. Just 1 year. Well, Mr. Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly and with much interest. Oh, I'm not ready for this.
Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father.
Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explain the bright look in your eyes. Mischievous. Mischievous. You wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me. Well then, Naruto, it's a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery, after I twisted some arms. Bro fucking killed a person.
Arigato.
No, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me. Really? You didn't miss a step against Asogi. We all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary. It's very kind of you to say so. Really nice to hear. What I saw in court today confirmed what I've been hoping for. A favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruto, have you forgotten? No, you didn't. You did mention something, didn't you?
But first, we have something to report, Father.
No, the question! I wonder where Judge Jigoku is. Out killing Strongheart. I don't like the fact that there's a lot of people who are just mysteriously missing. Like, here's to finding out that Sholmes and Judge Jikoku just both murdered in a room somewhere because Strongheart's like, fuck, they're onto me. Okay. Oh, that was a very, very potentially dangerous bit. I was like, if I choke on this water, I'll die. And we're fine. Oh, Judge dying? Oh, absolutely. I'm waiting for it.
Father, do you know about the old called Reaper of the Bailey? So-called. Or fucking, I don't know.
I heard rumors, some mention of the judiciary explaining it all to me yesterday. Can I just say, I feel like with water at the moment, it's like it feels like a curve, right? Like I drink water and my curve goes up like this and but it goes down exponentially. Like the first little bit is like, wow, that's like perfect to the voice I want to do. And then after that, it just kind of like lops off. And I think that's because I'm using the water in my throat to kind of create the raspiness. But that's also like it means that with very certain voices, like Makotoba's, extremely difficult. The Judge, just as difficult, because that's basically like, like I'm being punched in the stomach over and over again.
At least, like, Iris's, well, it's just kind of squeaky. It's not too bad. It still hurts, but I'm not using the same water trick exactly. I'm just kind of stretching everything out inside my voice. I don't really know how it works. Anyway.
Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge. Right. Lord Van Zeeks was in the dock today. That was Barak, young brother of Clint Van Zeeks, I believe. Yeah, we fucking established that. Who goes around and just says, ah, yeah, I remember Hannah, that's Adara's sister, ain't it? Fucking so many people want to hit him over the head with it.
It wasn't him behind all those mysterious deaths, it was somebody else.
Oh, I see. If you say so. What you're saying is there's a professional killer at work here. Exactly. Someone by the name of Asashin. Oh, beg your pardon. Did you say Asashin? I mean that Josiah Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great friend. Yeah, here we go. Everyone, hold onto your hats. I'm gonna grab a hat. Hold onto my Linka hat, okay.
Oh no, a friend of yours was killed?
Oh no. Professor Makotoba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. Because the friend was talking about his shocked. Why don't? It's been a fucking year. Okay, that's not something we want Iris to find out about, not like this. Imagine knowing somebody's father's killer. And like the fact that their father's dead to begin with, but also their killer for over a year. And y'all just go, not the right time. There's never the right time. Okay.
Ah, I've just remembered something. Biscuits. This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits.
That's rather out of the blue. She's doing this deliberately.
I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come with me too, Iris?
Oh, yes. You just try to leave me behind.
Good. Alright, good job. So that young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she? Yeah, that's right. She's the author of all those adventure stories with Sholmes. Yep. It's Dr. H. Wilson. Yep. It's the name of her father, you see. Her father? Dr. John H. Wilson. I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Umai University 4 years ago. But he was murdered last year by Giselle Brett. Why? Why would the hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about the case, but it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father. Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. I think I say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner. Could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think? Well, John and Wilson are both common names after all. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure. What do you mean until we can be sure? To get to this point and just be like, maybe it's a coincidence, mate. It's just so fucking stupid.
We're back with cinnamon biscuits.
Oh my god. Guys, I'm planning to do a bunch of cooking tomorrow. I'm very excited. I'm gonna make some Anzac biscuits, obviously in relation to morning. It's Anzac Day tomorrow, which means I'm making biscuits. If that counts as morning. Anyway, lest we forget, because people are forgetting. Alright. We're cooking! Yeah! I'm also gonna make some hedgehog. I also really want to make some, I mean, it depends how many containers we have to store shit. But I also really want to make some chocolate balls. Some rumbles. Without the rum. Or the sultanas, God forbid. People are criminals. I remember Gallipoli. Thank you, Lily. Thank you for caring enough to remember Gallipoli. Okay, Gallipoli. I remember Gallipoli, okay? People are forgetting, alright? And I will not have it, okay? Luckily, we have our beautiful Hungarian here who never forgets. Respect to you, good girl. Yeah, the goodest girl. Anyway, so there's like a morning service tomorrow. I've never been to it, but someone was telling me, my coworker told me that apparently they like shoot cannons, and I was like, shit, I need to go at some point. But that also will not be today.
I think cinnamon will go well with the tea they serve here, don't you, Susie?
That's probably the point. English breakfast tea. Haven't seen Judge Jigoku for a while, have you? He's totally gonna fucking die. I just want to see him die, to be honest. It's too interesting. Now I mention it's been a while since I've seen him this morning. I suppose the Symposium's opening was supposed to have to go explore the Great Exposition.
That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Jigoku having once been in the dock himself.
Oh yeah, it was all tied up with that accursed trial. Closed trial of Kazuma's father. Sasha was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took her to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and actually managed to break the witness stand. GG, mate.
Oh my.
He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. You can express your opinion. Maybe court's not the place to do that, but well, it was all right in the end. He was acquitted and we returned home to Japan together. With Kazuma-sama, tiny little child. Unlike those filthy Australians, those godforsaken New Zealanders, and those pretty nice Canadians. I don't remember Canada being a part of the Anzacs, but sure, whatever. They might have been. I could be wrong. No, I only say that because we like, the Anzac is specifically the Australian New Zealand Army Corps, so it's like specifically for that coalition, that group. There probably were Canadians there. God forbid we couldn't get away from them. It's almost like Australians and Canadians would make the best siblings. Not gonna lie, yes. I thought the C stood for Canada. No, I'm sorry, mate. That's why I was like, where'd Canada come from? I'm sure there was probably some Canadians there. It was mainly an Australian front, but that doesn't mean that they obviously had a few British in there, maybe a few other people. Maybe they got lost, you know? Talking of Seishiro, I have a copy of the photograph we took together. Here, please take it. Aww. Cut to later where everyone else is dead.
What a lovely picture.
Certainly seems to shout we've arrived in Britain. I don't like the fact that I'm getting this piece as evidence. What's it gonna point out? The buttons on the shirt? Aww. Oh, none of us had any idea what was coming when we took this, did we?
No, that's so true.
That was only a day previous, the favor. I love the flavor. So you mentioned a favor, I almost said flavor again, that you'd like to ask me? Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting, one way or another, it will be over long before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan. You want me to do—
What? Father, what's the meaning of this?
What's going on?
Now, Sasato, you should understand, you've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense.
Oh, you mean?
The Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer, as soon as possible. Really, quite urgently, in fact. But I've not been in London a year yet. I've read lots of Sasato's reports, I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. I just want to say I've done like— maybe like 7 cases? This is my 7th? Wait, the first one? I keep forgetting about the first one. His own trial. Magnuson. The street one. The one after the street one. The broker. And then chapter 3, and this is chapter 4. Yeah, so it's the 7th one. That's crazy. You narrowed are precisely the man our country needs. It's been 1 year. What about a Sogi with that whole like, oh my god, he's a great defense attorney? This is fucking ridiculous.
So you'll be leaving then, Runo?
That's not determined.
What then? What am I supposed to do, Father?
You can stay here or you can join us. You came here to serve as Sogi's judicial assistant. Oh yeah, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant. Our government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with his situation, though. I don't know either. This is insane. I think it's going to be the suitcase Jikoku has. The suitcase is always suspicious. The Gallipoli campaign is such a weird crossover. Churchill was one of the supporters of the campaign from the British side, and I think Ataturk, the future freedom fighter and president of Turkey, was among the defenders. Well, that's the thing, right? That's what, like, I really like Gallipoli, because Gallipoli really painted Australia, at least this is what we got taught in our history, really painted the idea of, like, Australians had a really small force of people, but they were extremely hardy people, you know? You know, there was always like a spirit around, you know, like being on the front lines, but they were able to still kind of be like, I don't know, still manage to like get through hard times and stuff like that. And they just, yeah, like they always paint Australians to be hardy folk. And Gallipoli demonstrates that because we had a, sorry, I'm repeating myself. I'm just trying to say it in the right order. Gallipoli proved that because we only had a small group of people who managed to successfully be at a stalemate on Gallipoli before we eventually like left. Like we had a stalemate for a really long time when it was happening. It was definitely a very futile mission, because obviously it ended up with both people just kind of going their own ways at the end. But it's still kind of weird that it happened to begin with. Because I'm trying to remember, because Gallipoli was a very important, like, it was a point where people, I always forget where Gallipoli is, but, you know, it was, like, in a very specific, like, traveling area, and we were, like, attacking right here, so we were trying to take over the bay, effectively. So, it's interesting how for Australians, it represents, you know, us being like, hey, we did a pretty good job. But also, still ultimately failed at the end, and it was very much, you know, like, why were we even there? We just do whatever our pretty British boy says. Whoever that may be. Or a girl. I really like Gallipoli. Australians before 1915. Yeah, World War I in general gets overlooked a lot. Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't remember World War I as nearly as well as I remember World War II, but I think World War II was very much, it's very broken up by a lot of terrible things, so, you know, it makes it easier to remember. While World War I is kind of like, that guy died, everything hit off afterwards. Gallipoli? I don't remember anything more than that. Morning, Cameron, Illy, and sprinkle positivity for your day and your weekend. Churchill was like, yo, we can attack Gallipoli and maybe take over the nearby Constantinople. So good at words. Capital of Turkey, and knock them out of the war, and then yeah, it did not happen. In World War II, Churchill had an idea to invade Germany from a river and Balkans, and some people kind of shut it down for being dumb. Love that. Yeah, probably shouldn't have let Gallipoli happen. But as I said, like, there is very much an element within Australia of that was like Australia beginning the building blocks of its country, because we had only just recently become a whole country, right? We had to have one dude, let's just say it's one dude, basically go around all the different territories of Australia and be like, hey guys, we're all friends, right? And everyone was like, yeah, mate. And then they chose someone to be the prime minister, or whatever the fuck happened. So, and that was in like that was in 1900s or 1901 or whatever it was. And so we were like right at the start of our, like, the creation of our, like, of our entire country. And that's always the interesting thing you gotta remember about Australia, is that I always feel like Australia is like skipped over a lot of different phases of the world that other countries have been through quite a bit. Like, there was no Australian Revolution, you know, it was just changes eventually were made over the course of time. There was no, there's not been an Australian Revolution yet. We'll get there, don't worry. Literally, I'm betting on it. It won't be till I'm dead, but. God, I'm so distracting, shake my head. Do it more, flick your hair. I didn't think it would be an important building block. That's cool. Yeah, it is. Well, it is really cool. As I said, like, Australia's been like, yeah, we're still very much in our infancy. And I think a lot of Australia too is built upon very different elements. And it's hard to figure out, I want to say, who we are exactly. And I like to think that obviously encourages us to be more diverse and more including of cultures. I would like to believe that, but apparently there's still white assholes out there that are like, Australians first, and you sit there and you're like, so you mean the first peoples? And they're like, no, no, no. I mean white people. And then you want to, like, stab them a little. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. I'm so mad. Okay, the point is, not the point I want. Flicks hair furiously. Oh my god. Okay. Moving that aside, the point is, Australia is built on a lot of immigration. Because a lot of people, like, there was the gold rush, a lot of people came over from Indonesia and India in order to establish roots within Australia in hopes of becoming rich. There's, obviously the first moving over the convicts in the 1700s, whenever that was. Like, there's a lot of different parts that have come together in Australia. Yeah. And then we only just managed to, like, become one country only 126 years ago, or 125 years ago, and we're sitting here and we're like, what are we doing? Anyway, I'm gonna stop there, because if I keep thinking about the current political climate, I'm gonna be upset. Anyway, trust your judgment. In this matter also. Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand. I hope if I'm honest, but I won't force you. You could still wait another year. Get another year of experience, come back. It's just another year, she'll be right.
You won't leave, will you, Runo?
Man, she's having terrible separation anxiety. I never thought about it. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Kazuma's will. But it turns out that he's still alive, so where does that leave me? Bro's just hanging out. My fave thing about Australia is you. Aww. Thanks. My fave thing about Australia is Adara. And the Vegemite's pretty good. And the Lamingtons. And Pavlovas. Whoever made Pavlovas. They're good. Full stop. The end. Now, if you excuse me, I need to telegram government ministers and Japanese police with this information about Asashin.
Of course, Father. Thank you.
I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson.
Oh, good. And please do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? I'd love to entertain you.
Oh, I would be delighted. And then he just fucking leaves. Best of luck for you tomorrow. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you? I will. Going back home? I'm just saying, he could just become like official look after of Iris and just hang out with her.
You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk with him about all of this.
No doubt. Asashin. Of course. It's so obvious. How could I neglected to consider the possibility before now? Why is he just appearing? Mr. Sholmes. He's alive. For now.
Where have you been? Hurley.
Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question.
I didn't notice you at all.
No matter anyway. To more pressing concerns. Naruhodo-san. Yeah? I dispatched a telegram to your country at once. It is a matter of great urgency. To Japan, you mean? Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly, now do it.
Well, my father has just left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself.
Run, I see. Run. Well, he looks reliable enough for a bearded fellow. What?
I don't think what father sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes.
There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty unshaven father to send this. What does it say?
What is it?
No questions at this time, if you please, Mr. Sato. All we can do is pray that for once my deduction is awry. Oh, does that mean he doesn't know about Wilson being dead as well? Does that imply your deductions are normally... Now then. You may be surprised to learn that I'm a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide behind settees and eavesdrops on other people's conversations. So that's what joining us for tea meant. I leave the sending of this in your hands, then, my dear fellows. What does it say? What does it say? That's Snoop! Snoop! Wait a minute, Mr. Sholmes.
He just ran off, didn't he? Quite a pace.
Left the unpaid bill for his tea behind. Sure.
I must catch up with father at the telegraph office.
Oh, I don't get to read it.
I'll call us a cab.
Bro's like 3 steps out the door. And there was me thinking everyone would be clambering to help Mr. Sholmes' bill. Did I pay for it? Alright. Now then. Eat time, have fun, and eat well if I'm slow. No worries, Lily. I love you. Look after yourself. Enjoy your food. Ah. Good man. God, there's so many layers to this. God forbid. Alright.
The lawyer. Hello again. Yeah, thank you. Somewhat better.
Sorry I've caused you such distress. And exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you obviously tried to forget.
The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago, too. You just missed him.
Oh.
He said much the same as you. He was very apologetic. But the truth is, I brought all of this upon myself.
Please don't think it like that. What's with this?
Keeping it from me, Evie. My wife, all these years, I've carried such a sense of guilt. That's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well.
You mean about your dismissal?
Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as his stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help.
So perhaps Gregson knew exactly what became of Vigil all along.
I'm sure this is just deserts for 10 years of lies and deception, but it wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me. Yeah. I swear it's true.
Oh, Mr. Vigil.
I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at the time, but if possible, could you tell us exactly what happened?
I want to. I need to get all of this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done.
Very strange.
Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about. It was then he had to carry out those investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him. All I would do is go to a specific location and make a little hoo-ha. Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here.
So that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident?
Yeah, he asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So, as usual, I flashed the inspector identification around and was very vocal about my presence.
Then you were taken
prisoner.
He's like,
What's this kid doing here? Who let this child in? Is she supposed to be here?
Then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters.
Yeah.
so you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and being loud?
That's what the inspector told me to do, yeah.
Just dessert. Deserts is pronounced just desserts. Here, dessert is related to deserves. It's not just supposed to be dessert. I love dessert. Fuck. Okay. Fair.
Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though.
And as you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands, but the following day they kept their word and released me.
Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however.
We had arranged to meet in the Fresno Street room at 5 that day so I could report back to the inspector. At the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot.
So he was walking down the street, just as he heard that. Okay.
It's all coming together. It was at the midnight.
But the professor's execution never took place, did it?
Rather, the execution itself must have been used to effect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was.
Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole.
Feeling I know what that loophole was. The coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct?
Yeah. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken in its coffin to immediate burial in the Lowgate Cemetery just behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. Why did I choose this voice?
Such an odd choice. It just doesn't match his face at all.
And after that, no member of staff were permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead.
Wait, sorry, I read over that. Only the executioner and the coroner. Okay.
On that day, once I had the confirmation, I went into the mortuary to find a lone coffin as usual. The procedure was I would sign the paperwork, having checked the coffin, and then nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut.
No.
I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived.
So you mean the coffin contained...
Yeah, I can only imagine that Asogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was then taken out through the main gates and deposited in the Low Gate Cemetery.
Presumably, there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long.
So in the early hours following the burial, someone dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free.
But in the end, it doesn't even matter. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder?
I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Soki couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me.
Interesting. Obviously you knew the man then. The professor. Genshin Impact.
I remember him well, in fact.
Would you mind telling us what you know?
Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity.
It was a time of delicate diplomacy when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly. Blah blah blah.
The man had less than a week in total. As I was the chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience.
What do you mean?
He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day, "Those 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible?"
I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life. Yes. Intentionally vague. Makes it sound like you only killed one person, though.
The following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise. That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something. Something unusual.
What?
The last will and testament of Genshin Impact.
Really sticking to that. His son is in it, right?
As I said, it was found on the night following his trial after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into Asogi's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it back into his back.
Why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh?
Yeah, that's true, but there were special conditions to Asogi's incarceration, you see.
What sort?
Well, even though he was held in a prison designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him. With one exception.
He was allowed his things?
Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy, but at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. The powers that were determined that his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable.
And what was the exception you mentioned to the personal effects?
His sword, right?
He wasn't permitted to have writing material.
That's odd. Oh, so he can read stuff. He should be able to read stuff, but not write anything, right?
So, he was prevented from leaving any written record of what had happened to him.
Yeah, that was the long and short of it. I have no idea where he obtained that paper. Any writing material would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back and then he pleaded with me. Where'd you just hide behind your back?
Please. Please, turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline.
But you know it's against the rules.
You're the only person who's seen. If you just agree to keep quiet.
Alright then, but what's on the paper?
A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. I'm gonna guess that it's a last will and testament that ends up in the hands of Kazuma, so Kazuma knows the truth.
So I decided to pretend I'd seen nothing and let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish without trace.
What do you mean it vanished?
It would seem that isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will.
I was the only person who saw Asogi will, but
Somehow it disappeared.
it was after Asogi's execution.
Which was actually an elaborate jailbreak.
The Waters gathered up Asogi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see.
Poor Kazuma-sama.
And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be in upon his person?
That's right. Though I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Kaiden was livid. He was screaming, "It cannot disappear completely."
That doesn't quite make sense though, does it?
In what way?
Well, we understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the prison governor know to look for it?
Yeah, you're right.
I really don't know how he knew, but it certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. What he called it, what he said was the Asogi Papers.
The Asogi Papers.
I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened. I'd forgotten all of this until today. I suppose it's relevant to the case, though.
Bro has remarkably good memory for everything. It's in the sword sheath, isn't it? Yo, you're probably right. That's a good pickup. Abso-fucking-lutely. That does make the most sense. Hid it in the sword, and then when Kazuma got it, when he first got the sword as a small kid, he's like, "Oh my god, my dad, what happened?" And he's like really sad about it. And he's like, "I'm gonna become a defense lawyer."
My wife, Evie, will be here shortly. I do hope I don't appear rude, but...
No, that's okay. You can kiss him.
Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested.
I'm sorry.
Don't be, please. This was all my doing. I always knew this day would come.
Wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. This feels like I'm saying my final goodbyes to him, doesn't he?
Before you go, there's just one more thing.
What?
What is it? The Asogi Papers. I'd be very grave if you made no mention of the things I told you about them.
Presumably for some good reason.
It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I'd remembered, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think.
Alright, time to drink more water. Bro's fighting for his life. And so am I with this fucking voice. Alright, prisoner's office. Just want to say I really wanted to finish this part of the game. But we still have like... still have 4 more sections we gotta go through. Technically a bit more than that. And there's a great deduction too, and of course every single time there's a fucking great deduction. It takes longer than that. Oh, you're back again, are you? Time to butcher this accent about. I've heard all about you, about your investigations. I read the reports just now. You found him, eh? Vigil? Yeah, luckily. Well, anyway, the laddie doesn't say work for here no more, so your case is now to do with Bongo Clay. Wouldn't I like you to... I'm acing it. I'm trying to speak as fast as possible so the words make sense, but it's not quite working.
We've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we?
Alright, gimme. You can... well, so we handcuff Biscuit.
Oh, they really like the little handcuffs. As hard as iron, too.
Honestly, they're very cute. They made me think of, like, eating, like, Cheerios or something. Maybe there might have been a document that disappeared from Genshin Impact's cell. The Asogi papers or something?
Did I not say Greg's death is not to do with the things that might have happened at Barclay? Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not footer about with irrelevant
details. Pardon. This bro says fucking nothing. Oh, you're actually willing to still talk to us? That's crazy.
That murderer's botched execution, a whole miserable escape. Oh, Barclay's darkest hour, aye, shock and embarrassment.
Okay. I'm gonna skip through this. Definitely not because I don't want to do his accent.
Our chief warder at the time, Vigil, was in charge of the whole affair. Rascal wouldn't have said nothing anymore, handcuffs.
Oh, how could I say no?
I don't like to say it, but that's just Vigil trying to get out of it. Do you know what he would have jumped from the shock of his crimes being exposed to her? You wouldn't say nothing though, wouldn't you? Of course, I cannot shut all responsibility on myself, should I have him to save me? Actually, there's barely anyone that kens what went on at the time. But Gregson having been murdered and Dr. Sy forbidden from having visitors. Someone's obviously doesn't want her giving anything away.
Well, we're not going home empty-handed.
I won't dream of sending you back with no Kimmer. Here, have a handcuff or two.
Oh, it would be rude to say no. Wouldn't want to become anemic.
Because they're made out of iron, right? Good bit.
It'll be the last from the forensic division, Mario Gory.
Mario? Gory?
Aye, Scythe's daughter.
Oh, that's right. She had a fucking daughter. Oh my god. But also, once again, why does she have like a completely different name? Is she married? Isn't she like 10? I don't know. God, I forgot about that one.
She didn't have no more, just the one. The weird bones followed in her mam's footsteps. You didn't have without a scalpel in her hand.
God. Honestly,
Mama, who's this?
okay. Gory. But her surname is Gory? Thank you, Ryunosuke.
I have some family history, I'm sure, but I didn't ken the odds of it. She grew up watching her mum welcome with the bodies of the folk who died in strange circumstances and decided to do the same with her own life. Can I understand it myself?
Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother.
Perhaps, anywho, she was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe.
Right.
She once told me that the real lass always loved her mum's stories about cutting up bodies. There's even a rumor that she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby.
That's really creepy. I'm not happy about any part of this. Took years for lunges to finally get the whole professor business. Can you give up on this ladder? Stop asking pointless questions. I'm sorry. I don't like dredging up these painful memories for everyone. Can you not just stay away? No. Leave me alone and then I'll come back here. Sorry, bud. How do you get into that ladder? There's no more folk here, even in the prison. I've heard of those papers. Oh, well.
I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir.
We've been led to believe the papers are actually a last will and testament, is that right? The professors, or rather Genshin Impacts? Aye, that's right. Well informed, Jimmy. Oh, is that the end of the silent treatment? Then after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it? Others know. You're off at half-cock there. What? I think you didn't quite get your facts straight. It was there in the cell, exactly where it should have been. Oh, not what we heard elsewhere. I just have a wee look around here. I think I can find it. Oh, here we are. See? Last will and testament. With a calligraphy address. Can't I read a word of those Japanese squiggles, but I mind it says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back in his homeland.
That's correct. That's the gist of it.
Oh, of course there are. Papers written by a Soge, no doubt about it. There's no mystery here, laddie. That's your lot. After all the stramish of that sliced of an execution. What a fucking crazy line. We sent the man's possessions back to his clan in Japan, and that was the end of it.
I'm going to make a record of this.
Dankeschön. Do. Okay. One thing before you go on your way, Mr. Narada. Yeah? Those papers are not to do with Gregson's death. I prefer it if you didn't make no mention of him outside this office, or rather, I wouldn't just prefer it. Consider it an order from the highest levels of your government. I understand. Ah. Wait, what? It says move to the prosecutor's office. Do I have prosecutor's office in here? Something I missed? Ah.
No arguments, Prosecutor Asogi. You will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear?
Perfectly.
Defying Lord Strongheart by the sounds of it. He never did know when to back down.
He's gonna kill us.
On your way down, Asogi.
My lord.
My lord.
Hey, buddy. Meet me in my office. No, poor buddy. Lily is playing Balatro. God, she must have finished eating. What a gorgeous woman.
What are you doing here?
Oh, well, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions.
I wanted Zeke's trial concluded today. The prosecutor said his unwelcome inquiries are going to make it longer than necessary. As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes and 41 seconds, 42:43. We must resolve everything between 3 hours have passed.
And miraculous, not even 5 minutes? Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad move put me off. Need that information. Information on what? Did I, like, miss something? Oh, yeah, we were supposed to do this earlier. Okay. That explains it. Young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well. Cosmo is.
Like my organization will run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe. As with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others.
Wait, so he made this entire room?
The young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine. I will be forced to take steps.
Hey. Now, none of that threatening behavior. You're already on a list. Specifically to the top of that list. Alright. Sorry, I just really want to click over a lot of that because that just seemed like it was recapping a lot of information. Sis, she must... To us, talking with Prosecutor Sergey.
Discussions between the defense and the prosecution outside of the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go! Find him in his office.
Why do we need his permission to go visit Kazuma? That seems odd to me. It's amazing. Trying to speed through this game, which is obviously going splendidly, is fascinating because you begin to realize how much it repeats itself. Like, there is very important information in there, don't get me wrong, but at least the first, like, 4-ish lines are usually like, hey, how are you? What happened with blank? Yeah, I can't believe that happened. And then you get the important information. Hey, they remade the room.
They did the room in the middle. Cosmo is doing so well for himself.
What do you mean? It's the same room as... Or, I want to look at the thing in the middle. Hey, Kazuma. I like how he looks like he's just like Van Zeeks. I thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I? Sorry. You have all the makings of a great defense lawyer. I always believed you'd fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts.
Seeing you stand in a foreign courtroom so gallantly realizing your dreams, Kazuma-sama. I'm truly happy for you.
And I'm truly thankful for you, Judicial Assistant Mikotaba. Just hug. Just hug each other, come on. I always thought it would be fun of you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisioned it, but I suppose it's just another twist of fate. I've learned a lot of things during my time in London about how Sasato-san's father was himself a visiting student here, along with Judge Jikoku. What happened to your father? Then you'll have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice, why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself. I want to hear it from you, Kazuma. As you wish. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. finally getting answers. Okay, so talking about his death. I thought I'd lost my best friend forever. I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying on a bed. It was a narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a while to realize that I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room and headed up onto the deck. Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point? Yes. I didn't know what had happened or where I was. There was just a voice in my head. I have to do something. Something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. Your task awaits you there. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on deck, I saw that I was on a huge steamship, and we were docked in a large port.
Must have been Hong Kong.
Yes. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was in some way my last chance, so I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of the foreign port city, so I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain. Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sights, the sounds, the smells, my head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realized now I'd escaped as a dead man, with nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course.
Oh, how terrifying.
Luckily, though, I had 2 feathers in my cap. One being your knowledge of English, I suppose. That's right, and on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work at a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. That's crazy. That must have been some 3 months ago. Of course, I had no idea why I'd moved heaven and earth to get here at that point. So how did you end up becoming Lord Van Zeek's apprentice? But that can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard, and by sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. Yeah. That's when the second feather in my cap came into play.
Would that have been your knowledge of the law?
Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office. And then 9 days ago, you got your memories back. It's still surprising that only happened 9 days ago. Okay, keep going. Come on. Since I met you at Yuma, you talked about your dream. Did you know at the time about what happened to your father? 16 years ago. Aw, look how cute they are. When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. But what I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home. He told me that Genshin Impact, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. It was Professor Makotoba, your father, Sasato-san.
Oh my.
Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to fund my university education at Humaya. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd told me. Then one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life. What did it say? It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed the Asogi name.
Oh no.
As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. Presumably, the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. If whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary, he would have been present at the Clues trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer. I'm so sorry I had to find out that way. I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. But someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem.
But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing?
There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor, and his terrible killing spree.
Well, what did my father have to say about the letter?
I couldn't bring myself to show it to him. What? Why not? Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. That couldn't have been easy for him, and he'd done it out of consideration for my feelings. So instead, I showed the letter to Judge Jikoku.
Oh, okay.
To the other visiting student. He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just laughed the letter off. But in the moment, I saw it on his face. It was undeniable shock, shaken momentarily before recovering his poise. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away.
Shit, man. It's a bad way to go down.
That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Genshin Impact. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
Okay, where was there?
It's clear the inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along.
What? You mean you knew?
The real question is, who's been giving orders to the inspector? Yes, Barak von Zeeks is the real Reaper.
No.
And I know that 10 years ago it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to his grave.
No, he was merely saying that justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to blame.
Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool that they use to do it. When a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life.
Kazuma.
On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper.
Okay. Just walk away from that. See you around. Great convo, right? See ya. Okay, once again, I'm a little confused. Did I miss something? Oh, present the autopsy. Okay. This came up in the trial. Seems a little dubious, with no time of death.
Yes, there's some unexpected turns in the courtroom. The suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something.
Certainly a distinct possibility.
To be honest, it bothered me too. So I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. Dr. Gory.
I'd like to talk to the coroner.
Of course, the last thing I want is for anything to be brushed under the carpet. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory is behind Lowgate Cemetery.
Behind?
Ah, you know it, do you? The prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life.
Kazuma-sama.
Thank you. See you later, Jenna. I'm so determined. I want to see the end of this chapter so bad.
Ryunosuke, I want to thank you.
What?
For this. You safeguarded the soul of the Asogi clan.
Well, it is a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. My only slight regret, is that I never got the chance to draw it before I returned it to you.
Karama is said to have been forged by a master swordsman during the Sengoku Warring States period. I come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen.
You're a chip off the old block, I'd say.
This blade, Karama, is the symbol of the Asogi clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname.
Karama.
does sound kind of formidable, that's for sure. 16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had this sword forever at his side, which is why it means so much to me that I have it by my side again now. That's cute. That is all thanks to you. Oh, it was an honor. Cute. Keep going, come on. Still have so many more sections. Don't worry, Inosuke. I haven't changed at all. It is you who changed. I can completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Zeeks given what happened, but the fact is, those events in this case are, well, unrelated. Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure? What do you mean? Never mind. The man is the Reaper, and it's for that reason that the inspector was killed. Going to prove as much in court. Can't let you do that, Kazuma. I know you'll do what you have to as a lawyer, but I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom.
Aye, sir.
Now we can go. Alright. I'm not gonna get through this. Oh my god, she redressed up the room. Amazing. Good job. Good job, fancy Mariam lady. Mary. This place is creepy, isn't it?
Well, being a dead room, it's probably full of spirits of the dissected. But actually, there's a rather pleasant scent of roses in the air. Well, being a dead room, the coroner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death.
Iris, do you think we could change the subject? Shink, 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 shink.
What was that?
There she is. How old is she again?
What? And what was before? I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't have a perfectly keen edge on them.
Right.
And following the collagen fibers in the dermis and an expertly sharpened scalpel? Cuts like cheese. Would you like to demonstrate? Oh, yes, please. I'd love to see. Then, I think you'll do nicely.
No, I wouldn't do nicely at all. I mean, maybe some other time. Is that a tut? I met you before.
You're not dead yet?
What?
So Mama said I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that.
Well, good.
Oh dear. Looks like she's not interested in talking to us.
For the time being? You mean until we die? That's a way off. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon.
It was very good.
What?
His skin didn't snag my blade once, and very little mess. His joints dissipated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with.
I'm gonna be sick. We can skip those details. Why didn't you have a time of death? Oh, face reveal.
That's not my fault.
Oh, that made me jump.
Then please tell us what happened.
So,
I was told not to write it.
what? By whom?
Male Strongheart.
Let's go.
The LCJ, just the LCJ. He came here.
Lord Strongheart came?
He said that from the witness statements about the gunshot and the other evidence, it was obvious. The man clearly died at 5 p.m. on the 1st of November when the gunshot was heard. But that's not the time of death you wrote in the report. Was there? Some reason you didn't include it.
If you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions, then sooner or later you're going to get the same way as your mother. Oh.
Even here then.
Hmm?
There.
You've written... What's she written? Tell us. Indeterminate.
But...
According to the coroner, Dr. Gorey, an accurate estimation of the time of death is not possible. Why? What do you mean? What do you mean?
When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh, so the time of death could easily have coincided with the gunshot was heard. But there was one small discrepancy. There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat. And that fish had started to rot.
What?
If the victim liked fried fish, he presumably liked to eat it when it went off.
Yeah, what you're trying to say.
It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death.
Is that even possible to do? Frozen.
If you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction.
Do we have any location that would make sense for that, though? Not really. I mean, at least when we get to this point in Miles Edgeworth, there's like a point where they're like, where did we put the body? And it's like, oh my god, it's frozen inside of the... Man, Miles Edgeworth was a fucking fever dream.
And if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time, then only the fish would have started to rot. With today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not.
But today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems. Hey, you've been able to do that since ancient times, just need to be in the right location.
To chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator. And I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with such a device.
I agree.
No, definitely not, but maybe in a factory or some other special places.
I'm trying to think what would even be a viable option.
I don't recall seeing any factories of such on Fresno Street. I wonder if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow. What might the actual time of death be? I couldn't say for sure. At the most, it must have been a day earlier.
No. In other words,
it would corroborate your previous deductions, Mr. Marauder. That Inspector Gregson was killed a day before his body was discovered at a different location.
Did you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility?
He simply said that there were no electrical refrigerators of that size in the vicinity.
Right. Well, that's kinda ridiculous. Something the governor of Barclay Prison told us. He said that your mother, Dr. Scythe, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after- We already know that. How old is she? Do we know how old she is? You always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories when her work.
That's not all Mama did.
Sorry?
My Mama carried out the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks as well.
What? Really?
The idea of carrying out an autopsy on a member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then, but the detective in charge of the investigation insisted, and it was miraculously authorized. That detective being Inspector Gregson. The autopsy provided the vital clue needed to arrest the killer. Mama was there for the historical event. You know, that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. The professor and Clint Van Zeeks. They both spent their final moments before their burial on the dissection table here. So this lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the world's most important events.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to check how old this kid is. 19. Okay, that's fine. Still, being under the age of 20 and being like interested in autopsies seemed crazy to me.
She had to be in attendance at Barclay Prison's execution chamber and sign the certificate to convince the convict's death. Mama is the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her.
but the execution didn't actually take place.
Oh, and worse still, Mom actually helped with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know. Oh dear, you found out recently, you mean? I believed in her, Mama, but now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her.
You mean because you omitted the time of death on this autopsy report? That's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it. Like what happened in the past.
Just like Mama, I'm sure she was coerced by somebody too.
Same person. That's my feeling as well.
There's no doubt that there were powerful forces at play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been in on it as well. The big man with the little handcuffs? According to what he told us, he was tricked by the chief warder. He said he knew nothing about it. Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing.
Almost there. I know it's past 11:30, but we're gonna keep going. Von Karma reference in Japanese, Manfred and Franziska are Go and Mei Karuma. Ah, good pickup, good pickup. I like that.
Mama was present, although only as the secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was...
Oh, what? It's all coming together.
That's right, my daddy! And there was one other person present, the primary assistant.
He was a visiting student from the Far East. Jigoku and Makotoba. Wait, a visiting student?
Must have been my father.
I had no idea Makotoba had been involved in something so important.
The outcome of the historical autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor.
So that's how they became to identify Genshin Isogi as the infamous mass murderer. Do you happen to know anything about the piece of evidence?
Would you like to see the record for yourself?
Yes.
What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them? They're filed under V at the back of those cupboards, with the other records from the last decade.
Thank you. Banzeeks. That's strange.
What, Naruto?
They aren't here. There's nothing under Banzeeks.
There must be.
Have someone took them away?
No, no one's allowed to take documents related to the professor case out of this room. But you're right, they're gone.
Well, when was the last time someone looked at them? Do you remember?
It was... Oh yeah, I remember now. It was 2 years ago. A consulting detective came one day saying he'd like to see the records.
Shit. Sholmes is in so much shit, man. No, you don't mean...
Alex Sholmes was his name.
Deep down, I knew this was coming.
Do you think he stole the records? No, surely not. Iris, that can't be right, can it? Oh.
Iris? That wasn't a gnome. Keep going.
You don't mind, but...
What is it?
I'm going home. I just remembered something very important I have to do. Bye! I'm going to have to go home. It's very sudden, Iris. I'll come with you then. Oh, no, there's no need. You and Runa can take your time here. Bye for now, Jenna! Good luck. Wait a minute, little girl. Me? I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you?
Have you, Iris?
Yes. 2 years ago when the detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then, too.
That's the way it usually works, yeah.
Was I? I don't really remember. Anyway, sorry, but I must dash.
Wait, Iris.
Shut up.
She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden. In that case, we won't keep you any longer either.
It's been quite a while since I had visitors. This was really fun. But next time we come, I'd prefer if you were ready for dissection.
Can't make any promises, sorry. It's a bit strange that the rocket records have disappeared. Is it really that random? Okay, and then I need to go back to here. I think. Police are still busy investigating.
But Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she?
Is that chest doing there? TG. 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 Boy, what do you think you're doing? Tobias Gregson. That's my trunk, that is. Hands off.
Gina.
Where were you hiding?
I don't know. You leave some unattended for a few seconds, and every Tom, Dick, and Harry got his greedy eyes on it.
Oh my god.
What? Spit it out, Otto.
Is it fair to say you've only owned that trunk since this morning's trial?
What are you trying to say? Come on, this trunk goes with me everywhere, always has. Where have you been the last year?
Trying not to incur your wrath, mainly. God, there's a lot of sections to this. Oh my god. I want to keep going so bad.
You should hear him talking at the yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying that it was the boss who killed them all bludgers.
Oh, you mean the whole Reaper thing?
Yeah. Apparently, the boss was investigating stuff that no one else at the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with all them criminals and whatnot going off scot-free.
Once prosecuted by Lord Van Zeeks.
Well, it's obvious. It was the bloomin' Reaper giving the orders, weren't it?
But why would someone be suspected Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killings?
There was a notebook in his office.
Oh no.
It had details about all the crimes that have been pegged as the Reaper's work.
What?
No. Did you see it, Gina? Did you see that notebook? They wouldn't flamin' let me, because I'm just an apprentice, apparently. But it was me who found it, and he was my boss. That's right. I was pretty miffed about it, so I sneaked a peek at what it said anyway.
Yeah, that's our genome. So you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret book?
It's right to read what he wrote. What he wrote, Gina. Dates, times, names, places, a whole long list of them. All details about the bludgers supposed to have been done in by the Reaper. But there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps it was a record of the Inspector's investigations into the Reaper's activities. Exactly, that's what I said. That's the first thing you'd think, right? As it happens, his full names are recognised anyway.
Exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld.
Yeah, but there was one name right at the end that was a bit odd. Pretty sure the date against it was 31st of October. The day before the Inspector was found dead.
What was the odd name?
It weren't a name I'd ever seen before. Something like, nah, it's no good. Can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name, put it that way.
Asashin. Jigoku. Jigoku?
Oh dear, what a pity. For someone too, I don't know if it matters, but the same name kept coming up over and over again. Shin it was. Don't suppose it mean anything, but Oh, yes, quite strange.
Did you say Shin?
What? Does it mean something?
Well, Van Zeeks knew that name too. Woman who actually did the deeds. Now we find her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook. Bro ain't got a secret notebook if he's just leaving out work, though. We haven't seen you for a while, have we, Gina?
Of course not. I've been busy, aren't I? Investigating. Lads at the yard are trying to trace the boss's movement the day before it happened.
The day before. That would be the undercover investigation.
Only the boss didn't go, did he? We found some of what was pretending to be him, didn't ya, Otto?
I still really think it's cute that she calls him Otto. Also inadvertently calling him Odd, but...
Well, anyway, you ain't the only one turning up stuff. I've got my own ways of getting results.
Doggo.
Me and my partner, here, get ready. There's nothing we can't track down. Oh, little Toby, such a faithful friend.
We tracked anything down then?
What'd you think, eh? Of course we have. Can't tell you though. Police business, isn't it? Anyway, the point is, if you lot ever need any help, you know who to turn to, right? Me and the Hellhound here.
Right. Because he looks so hellish. Gino, tell us about the Hellhound. I was there.
In Japanese, police dog means something quite different. I'm not altogether nice to those involved in crime. But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems, for a canine.
Should be. After all, in the Great Expedition case the other day, it was Toby who managed to do everything! Do we have something the Chief Inspector could catch the scent of, I wonder? The hairpiece, police figurine, pocket watch. Alright, let's just do the headpiece.
Take that!
Yeah! Get him, doggo! Look what he got to.
Oh my, that trunk clearly still has a very strong scent of Inspector Gregson.
We don't know about that. Must have belonged to him.
Alright, it's a fair up.
And you nearly got away with it too.
You always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it can achieve. Did it not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us? Yeah, that was a bit of a bloomer, weren't it?
That's enough now then, Gina.
Eh?
I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk. Yeah.
It weren't like that, it just weren't.
What are you talking about?
I know what's going on in that head of yours, that ain't what happened.
Alright then, what did happen?
Well, like I said before, we weren't trying to trace the boss's movement. So I let Toby have a whiff of the boss's overcoat, and as soon as he'd done with that, I went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich.
To a sandwich, not a bag of chips?
Not a hodder. She means the witness.
I'll go to bed soon, guys. Don't worry. It's definitely gonna happen. You mean they heard the sound like a gunshot pile?
Exactly, he nabbed it from the scene. Goodness. Me and the Chief Inspector gave that sandwich a good grilling, and you know what he said? I thought I might fetch a good price, and the chap wouldn't be needing it anyway, so that's all I did, nothing more, nothing less. But you, Adam and Eve, the cheek of it, eh? Stealing the dead boss's stuff to flog.
So Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime, then?
How could they? So anyway, that's how it happened, and it's a pretty decent trunk, so I figured I might as well make use of it.
But what's inside?
Is there something wrong with that, eh, Noelle?
Maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try to find the answer to that question together.
I think perhaps the trunk should be turned over to the police. What are you on about? I'm the police.
Gina, if you wouldn't mind, could we examine it?
Yeah, alright then. Do what you want with it.
Yes, yes. Rrr. What's the matter, Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively towards me again?
Be careful. It must be the trunk.
Yeah! Doggo! No!
Toby, oi, what are you doing? You're gonna lick his face off. Mr. Naruhodo, Mr. Naruhodo! Gina, quick, hail a carriage.
What a weird cutaway scene. 457. Oh, took him back her. Hey, buddy.
Mr. Naruhodo, you all right?
I want to know what's inside the trunk. Can I open it? Oh, there's blood on the side of it. Passport, authorizing him to travel overseas. The date of departure might tell us something. To travel for the 31st of October, just one day before the incident. That's incredibly odd. Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered. Or supposed to be discovered. Look at the dark stain here. Do you think?
Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood.
Yeah, so this was definitely at the... You know what the kind of sad thing... Well, okay, not the sad thing, but like, I can imagine what the original idea of all of this was. It was going to be... There's a scratch here, too. The idea was probably to kill him off. To make it look like he had, like, left the country. Like, kill him off, be like, oh, he left. You know, he already left to France, and then pretend like nothing happened. That was probably the original plan. So a gash in it that's strong enough to go through this much force. That's a pretty big gash. Does it also look like there's like a chip of something there, right? Of a sword?
Fragment of metal of sorts. It's wedged in so tightly I can't remove it.
We only know one person who has a sword. Ah, conscious again at last, my blessed fellow, my dear fellow. After all, to drop dead after a moderate licking by a small terrier, most unseemly.
What is or isn't seemly is irrelevant here, Mr. Sholmes.
He's fucking gone. He dead.
So glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling?
I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? What's on my head? A bandage? Sadly, we had no ice, so that's a compress of sugar water. Sugar water?
Don't worry. It's first aid treatment that my father taught me.
Oh, thank you. So, let us take tea while you're filling up to it. But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup. The bump of my head is throbbing sweetly enough. Don't worry. Look how cool he is, just standing there. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes. When I heard you'd been attacked by a dog, for a moment I feared that infamous murderer of so many had come back from the dead. You mean the professor? Fortunately, I see your prized throat is unscathed. That stiff, turned up collar of yours obviously afforded some unwelcome protection. I'm sorry, I'm still going. Yes, I know.
I was literally saying, you're still going!
I am!
Yeah, Renee's grew up.
This guy has black hair, Dara.
I know. Look how far he's green. He's green into a blonde.
That's so stupid. I love you, Adarum.
I love you too.
I have to keep going.
Yeah? You're that close, are you?
I want to get to like the start of the next part, and then I'm gonna stop.
Okay. Look after yourself.
I will.
I'll be awake in the morning.
Okay, I'll see you in the morning.
Normally does.
Mwah. I love you. Have a good sleep, Dom. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck happened here? That's Makotoba. He's not dead, right? He's just relaxing so hard. What else is going on here? Am I having a bad dream? Ah, no, it's an old German folk song. Rather a fine rendition. That's the least of my concerns.
Iris.
Iris, what's the matter? She's real mad at us.
Who is that sprawling? I mean, relaxing on the couch. Iris.
Iris, is she even listening? Excuse me, sir. I do apologize for troubling you whilst you're singing so merrily, but would you be kind to explain the situation? Bro's fucking asleep. Or dead. Well, that worked. A crooning gentleman and a mute young girl, a rather tantalizing juxtaposition. This is not the scene I expected to see. They appears to have incited the gods of deduction within me to find their voices. I'm placing my bets now. He's not dead, he's just resting. Yeah. Oh, hi, Hikiko. It's been a while, how are you? Pretty good. I'm about to go to bed. Okay, I'm a good girl. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm placing my bets now, though, before I go to bed. Makotoba came over. Iris came back home to, like, deal with whatever she was dealing with. The emotions. And then Makotoba came over and was like, this is my old, friend's place. And then that's when they got, like, talking about, like, now Iris knows about what happened to her father, and she found out from the dude. So this guy, she then fed him a ton of tea to the point where he's sleepy and decided to pass out, but not before he decided to put on a mask for funsies. That's the only thing that makes sense. Oh, so hoping to finish the chapter, and I'm still so close. But I know that the next scene will take me way too long, so I need to go to bed. Okay. Thank you guys so much for watching. Hope you'll have an excellent day today and tomorrow, okay? Have a wonderful weekend. Look after yourselves, okay? And I will assuredly see you on Monday. Probably. Unless something pops up, but I'll see you on Monday, okay? See you around. Take care. And yeah. Bye-bye. Pardon. Sorry.